Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and wow, I'm so glad you could join us today for a deep dive into well-advanced English conversations.
Sounds fun.
It is going to be fun, but it's also going to be pretty challenging because today we're asking the question, can you understand this real unscripted English conversation? And to help us unpack that question, we have the amazing Sarah here.
Hi, everyone.
So Sarah, textbook English can only take you so far.
It really can.
Right? I mean, it's like learning the musical notes, but then having no idea how to play a jazz solo.
Yeah, that's a really great analogy because in real conversations, native speakers use all kinds of tricks and shortcuts. And if you're not prepared for those, it can be
a little tricky.
Yeah, definitely a little tricky.
So give us an example of one of these tricks or shortcuts.
Okay, so
what happens if someone tells you it's raining cats and dogs?
Oh, that's a perfect example because do you actually imagine like cats and dogs falling from the sky?
I mean, if I were learning English, maybe I would.
Right. And that's exactly what makes these advanced conversations so tricky is those idioms, those expressions that have meanings that go way beyond just the literal words.
Okay, so it's almost like you're decoding a secret language then.
Yeah, in a way it is. And idioms are just one piece of the puzzle.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you've also got slang, you've got cultural references that might completely fly over your head if you haven't seen the latest Marvel movie.
Oh, yeah.
And then you add in all the different accents and dialects you encounter in the English-speaking world. I mean, even within the same country, pronunciation, vocabulary, even grammar can totally change.
Oh, man, it's so true.
Right.
Remember that time we were in London and I tried to order biscuits? Thinking I was going to get like those fluffy, buttery treats, and what I got was very different.
Oh, the classic biscuit confusion.
It happens to the best of us. But, that just shows how even those seemingly simple words can have totally different meanings.
Yeah, depending on where you are.
Yeah, but we can't forget about the speed at which native speakers talk.
Oh, that's another one.
Right? It's like they're competing in a verbal speed race.
It's true.
Words are blurring together, sentences are getting chopped up.
Exactly. And that's what we call connected speech and ellipsis, where sounds blend together and words are omitted because the context makes it obvious.
Right.
And for native speakers, they use those shortcuts without even thinking about it. But for language learners, it can be
really hard to follow.
Yes, very difficult.
Like trying to read a book where half the words are missing.
Yeah.
But don't worry, we're not going to leave you hanging.
We're not.
We are going to give you some tools and some tips to figure this out.
Definitely.
So we're going to analyze a real conversation and give you those practical tips to boost your comprehension skills.
Yes, we'll show you how to decode those tricky idioms and how to navigate those cultural references, and even how to train your ear to catch those lightning-fast connected words.
Okay, so imagine this. You're chatting with a native English speaker.
Yeah.
They ask you, did you catch the game last night?
Seems simple enough, right?
Yeah, totally.
But maybe not.
Let's dig a little deeper.
All right.
Okay, so you reply, nah, I was swamped with work.
Okay.
Heard it was a nail biter, though.
Boom. You've already used slang, you've used an idiom and another idiom.
Right. So we've got nah instead of now. We've got swamped, meaning overwhelmed. And then we've got nail biter for a really tense, exciting game.
Yes. And now imagine that whole sentence delivered at native speed with all those connected sounds.
Oh, no.
Right. Did you catch becomes did you catch?
It's a linguistic obstacle course.
It is.
But the good news is you can train yourself to overcome these hurdles.
That's right.
And that's what we're going to talk about next.
Yes. So how do we even begin to tackle these challenges?
Yeah, that's the big question.
Well, one of the best ways to improve your understanding is just to immerse yourself in real English conversation.
Okay, so that sounds like a fun assignment.
It is a fun assignment. It really comes down to finding what you enjoy.
Okay.
You can watch movies and TV shows. You can listen to podcasts and music. You could even spend time reading English books and articles. I think the key is just to surround yourself with as much authentic English content as you can.
Yeah, so you're basically creating like your own little English-speaking world.
You are, exactly. Yeah. You start to pick up on the natural rhythms of the language, the way people actually speak in everyday situations.
Love it.
And as you're immersing yourself, don't just let those idioms and slang phrases pass you by. Make a conscious effort to learn them.
Okay.
Write them down in a notebook, look them up in a dictionary, and try using them in your own conversations.
Oh, I love that. Like you're building your own secret decoder ring.
Yes, exactly.
Love that. And speaking of decoding, we can't forget about the importance of cultural context.
That's such a good point. Understanding those cultural references that pop up in conversations can make a huge difference in your comprehension.
Right, because it's like you're on the inside jokes.
Yes, exactly. Suddenly everything starts to click.
Yeah, like if you don't know anything about the Avengers, someone making a Hulk smash joke might leave you completely confused. So it really helps to get out there and explore. Watch those movies, read those books, follow the news, get a better feel for the culture behind the language.
Yeah, and when it comes to those tricky accents and dialects, exposure is key there too.
Okay.
Listen to podcasts and radio shows from different English-speaking countries. Watch videos featuring people from various regions.
And don't be afraid to use those tools like YouTube's slow motion feature.
Oh, that's a good one.
Right?
Yeah.
You can really break down those fast-talking sentences.
Yeah, it's like having a superpower.
It is.
To analyze speech at your own pace.
It is. And while you're working on those listening skills, remember the power of active listening.
Yes.
So don't just focus on the words themselves.
Right.
Pay attention to the speaker's tone, their body language, and the overall context of the conversation.
It's like being a detective piecing together all those clues to understand the full meaning.
Exactly. But here's the most important piece of advice.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to make mistakes.
Absolutely. Mistakes are an essential part of learning any language.
Totally embrace them, learn from them, and most importantly, keep practicing.
It's like learning to ride a bike. You're bound to fall a few times, but with each stumble, you get a little closer to mastering it.
Yeah, and remember, finding opportunities to practice in real conversations is crucial.
It is.
So chat with native speakers, join language exchange programs, or even just practice with a friend.
Putting yourself out there and actively using the language is the best way to build that confidence and fluency.
Okay, so we've talked about some general strategies for improving comprehension, but what about some specific exercises? Are there any techniques that can really help take our listening skills to that next level?
Oh, there are tons of great techniques.
Yeah, so many great techniques out there. One that I'm really helpful is transcription practice.
Oh, yeah.
So you listen to a short audio clip and then you try to write down every single word that you hear.
Right.
And then you go back and compare what you wrote to the actual script and see what you missed.
Yeah, it's a fantastic way to really train your ear and hone in on the subtle details you might otherwise miss.
Totally. And it also helps you identify those specific areas where you might need more practice, like certain sounds or connected speech or even vocabulary.
Absolutely.
Okay, so another technique that's really cool is shadowing. Have you ever tried this?
Oh, yeah. Shadowing is so much fun.
So you basically listen to a native speaker and then you try to repeat what they're saying at the same time, like you're their shadow.
Exactly. And it's great for your pronunciation and intonation and rhythm. It's like you're really syncing up your voice with that natural flow of English.
It's really challenging, though.
It is, but it's so helpful. And you know what else I think is a great exercise?
What's that?
Podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to a podcast episode and then try to summarize the main points.
Okay.
You can even discuss the content with a friend or a language partner.
I love that idea because it combines listening comprehension with speaking practice.
Exactly, and it encourages you to think critically about what you're hearing.
Love it. And don't forget about those good old-fashioned subtitles.
Oh yeah, those are so helpful.
So you can start with the subtitles on and then challenge yourself to watch without them.
And you'll be surprised how much you pick up the second time around.
I love that challenge. It's like a little game you can play with yourself
It is.
to see how far you've come.
I think the important thing is to just find what works best for you and make it a regular habit.
Yeah, consistency is key.
Definitely.
I think we've covered a lot of ground today. Sarah, thanks so much for sharing all these awesome insights with us.
It's been a pleasure, Mike.
And for everyone listening out there, now that we've explored all these challenges and techniques, I think the biggest takeaway is to just be observant.
That's a great point.
Pay attention to the way native speakers use the language. Notice those idioms. Notice the slang, the cultural references, the connected speech. The more aware you become of those things, the easier it will be to understand them.
You're basically training your brain to decode those subtle signals without even thinking about it.
And with time and practice, you'll find yourself not only understanding real English conversations, but also participating in them with confidence.
I love that.
So keep practicing, everyone, and don't give up.
That's right.
Well, that wraps up our deep dive into advanced English conversation. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
And don't forget to like this video, share it with your fellow English enthusiasts, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel for more deep dives into the world of language. Until next time, happy learning, everyone. Hello and welcome back to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and today we're diving into something that's captivated my imagination, the idea of learning English while we sleep. Joining me is Sarah, a language expert with a deep understanding of how our brains work. Sarah, is this something that's actually grounded in science, or are we talking pure science fiction?
Well, it might sound a little like a superpower, Mike, but the idea of absorbing knowledge while we sleep, often called hypnopedia, is more than just fantasy. It connects to the way our brains work, especially when we're asleep.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Yeah.
So you're saying that even when we're totally out of it, our brains can still take in information. I'm intrigued, but also a little skeptical.
It's true. Our brains are incredibly active during sleep, especially in REM and deep sleep stages. Think of it as your brain organizing information it encountered during the day, like a librarian sorting books. This process makes it easier to remember things, and that includes language.
Wow, so even as we drift off to dreamland, our brains are filing away English lessons. That's amazing. Does this mean if we play any English audio in the background while we sleep, we'll magically become fluent?
Well, not exactly. It's not quite that simple. While our brains process sounds as we sleep, the key is to be strategic about the audio we choose and the environment we create for the subconscious learning. It's about using this natural process to our advantage.
I see. So it's less about magic and more about tapping into how our brains naturally work. Kind of like how we pick up the lyrics of a song just by hearing it a lot, even if we don't try to learn them.
That's a great analogy, Mike. It's about repeated exposure, helping the brain absorb language patterns without really trying. When it comes to choosing audio for sleep learning, it's important to pick materials that are clear, engaging, and align with your learning goals. Think podcasts or audiobooks, vocabulary lists with clear pronunciation, or even music with English lyrics. The key is to pick something enjoyable to listen to passively.
I remember trying something like this with a Spanish podcast, hoping to learn a few phrases in my sleep. Let's just say my dreams were a bit more adventurous. But I'm sensing there's more to this than just pressing play on random audio, right?
Absolutely. Creating the right sleep environment is crucial for this technique to work. You'll want comfy headphones or speakers. Set the volume low enough so it doesn't disturb your sleep, but you can still hear it, and minimize distractions.
This is where it gets tricky for those of us in the city. It's a constant battle against sirens and noisy neighbors. Any tips for creating a peaceful space, besides moving to a cabin in the woods?
A peaceful cabin does sound nice, but there are practical solutions for us city folks. A white noise machine or a fan can help mask outside sounds. And if you share your sleep space, earplugs might be your new best friend.
Earplugs, the secret weapon for sleep, and maybe better English skills. Who knew? But seriously, is passively listening enough, or do we still need to study during the day?
That's a great question. It's important to think of sleep learning as a way to enhance our active learning, not replace it. The magic happens when we combine listening with practice. When we're awake, we need to use the new words and phrases we've heard in conversations. Do listening exercises. Maybe keep a journal. This helps solidify learning.
So we're not going to wake up fluent just from listening to podcasts. But we can use this method to strengthen what we're already learning and maybe impress our friends with new words picked up while sleeping.
Oh,
that's pretty cool.
Exactly. It's about making our downtime work for us. You might be surprised how much progress you can make. It's really about finding ways to make the most of that downtime. And you might be surprised by just how much progress you can make. It's important, though, to address some misunderstandings about sleep learning. One big one is that you can become fluent overnight just by listening to audio while you're asleep.
I can see how that would be tempting. But language learning takes time and effort, even while we're asleep.
Exactly. And another misconception is that sleep learning works the same for everyone. Our brains are all wired differently. What helps one person learn may not work as well for another. It's about finding what suits you best.
Makes sense. Just like any learning method, there's no magic bullet. So for those who want to try sleep learning, how can they track their progress and make sure it's working?
I always suggest keeping a language learning journal. It's a good idea to jot down new words or phrases you come across. You could even try testing yourself before you go to sleep by reviewing what you've written down. If you notice that you're understanding more or using those words and phrases more easily when you're speaking, that's a good indication that the sleep learning is helping.
Like giving your brain a little test before bed. That's a fun way to stay engaged with learning. Before we wrap up this deep dive, what are some key things you want our listeners to remember about learning English in their sleep?
The main thing to remember is that sleep learning is a great tool to enhance your other learning efforts. It's not meant to replace actually studying and practicing. Embrace the power of repetition, but don't expect to wake up speaking fluently. Be patient with yourself. Choose audio that you enjoy, create a peaceful sleep environment, and most importantly, enjoy the process.
That's great advice. Have fun with it. Learning a language should be enjoyable, not a chore. Who wouldn't want to learn while they sleep? Any final thoughts for those who are inspired to give us a try?
Embrace the language learning journey, and remember, every step you take, even while you're asleep, brings you closer to your goals. Stay curious, experiment with different approaches, and celebrate your successes. You might just uncover a talent for learning in your dreams.
That's a great thought to end on, learning in our dreams. The ultimate multitasking. I'm definitely going to try these tips myself.
But I'm sure you'll find it helpful.
A big thanks to Sarah for sharing her expertise with us. And to our listeners, we'd love to hear about your experiences with sleep learning. Have you tried it? What worked for you? Let us know in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more explorations of language learning. Until next time, happy learning and sleep well. It's amazing to think we can make progress even in our sleep. Before we wrap up, I'm curious, Sarah, are there any specific techniques for choosing audio that works well for different sleep stages? Like, does listening during REM sleep have different benefits compared to deep sleep?
That's a really interesting question. And it gets to how our brains handle information during sleep. More research is being done, but some studies show that REM sleep, the dreaming phase, might be especially good for learning new vocabulary and sounds. During REM, our brains are making connections and consolidating memories tied to language.
So someone trying to learn more words could listen to word lists or conversations during REM sleep.
Exactly. And then deep sleep is thought to be better for solidifying grammar and sentence structures. So listening to audio with complex grammar during deep sleep might help you understand the structure of the language better.
That's fascinating. It seems we can tailor our sleep learning to improve specific areas. Now, we talked about podcasts and audiobooks, but are there any apps or programs made for sleep learning English?
There definitely are. Some language learning apps have special features for sleep learning. With audio tracks designed to be calming and good for nighttime listening, they use things like repetition and spaced retrieval, which boost memory during sleep.
Wow, technology really is helping us learn in new ways. I'm also curious about music and sleep learning. We touched on it earlier, but can you talk more about how music with English lyrics might help?
Music is a powerful tool for learning languages, both when we're awake and asleep. Think about how easily we learn song lyrics. Music uses many parts of our brain, including the ones for language memory and emotions. Listening to English music while we sleep exposes us to new words, pronunciation, and even grammar in a fun way.
It's like our brains are soaking up the language. Now, I know some listeners are excited to try this, but might feel a bit lost with all this information. What are some easy steps to start?
I'd say start small and slowly add sleep learning to your routine. Begin with 15-30 minutes of listening before you fall asleep. Choose audio you really like. You can use a sleep timer so it stops when you're asleep. Doing it regularly is important. Make it part of your bedtime routine.
Sounds like a great approach. It's about starting small and forming a habit. Now, before we end, is there scientific proof that sleep learning works?
That's an important question. And research is still going on. While some studies have shown good results, especially for learning vocabulary and memory, more research is needed to fully understand how it works and its long-term effects. But many language learners, myself included, have found it very helpful.
Definitely something worth exploring more. So to wrap things up, sleep learning can be a powerful and enjoyable way to improve your English. It's not a magic trick to fluency, but it can really help your other learning efforts. Remember to choose audio you like. Make your sleep space peaceful and stick with it. And most importantly, be curious and adventurous about learning to learn. Sarah, thanks so much for sharing your knowledge. It's been a great talk.
It was my pleasure, Mike. I've really enjoyed discussing this interesting topic with you.
And to our listeners, we want to hear your sleep learning stories. Have you tried it? What worked for you? Share your thoughts in the comments. And if you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more fun explorations of language learning. Until next time, happy learning and good night. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and travel's like my favorite thing ever. And today we're going to take a deep dive into how to use travel to improve your English skills with Sarah, our language learning expert.
Hi, everyone. So excited to be here.
So Sarah, we both know that traveling can be a little scary if you're not a native English speaker.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're turning that fear into excitement with a deep dive into your favorite holiday destination, a how-to guide for English learners. So get ready to boost your confidence so you can speak English on your dream trip.
Absolutely.
Think of this deep dive as like your personal English language toolkit.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, I want to go to Paris.
Yeah.
We're going to help you articulate WHYY. Paris is your dream destination, and you're going to be practicing your English the whole time.
Yes.
Don't worry, it'll be fun.
Definitely, we want you to learn, but also, feel confident using English in real situations, when you're traveling.
Okay, cool. So step 1 is choosing that perfect holiday destination, right?
Yeah.
Sarah, what should our listeners think about first?
Well, Mike, it might seem obvious, but you have to choose a destination that really excites you.
Yeah.
When you're passionate about a place, you're more motivated to learn the language, and immerse yourself in the culture.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. If you're not really interested in a place, why spend your precious vacation time there?
Exactly. And a great way to start brainstorming is to write down simple sentences about what you enjoy.
Okay.
For example, you could write something like, I love exploring historical sites and learning about different cultures.
Oh, yeah.
Or, I'm fascinated by modern architecture and cityscapes.
Oh, those examples make me think about when I went to Rome.
Ooh, nice.
Describing, the Colosseum, like how grand it was, or like the Trevi Fountain and all those little details.
Yeah.
Really made me appreciate Roman history and art even more.
It's a perfect example of how descriptive language can make your travel experience better.
For sure.
But even if you just focus on simple sentences, that's a great place to start. Imagine yourself in your dream location. I will wander through bustling markets, or I will try all the new foods and learn their names in English.
Oh, that's good.
Saying these out loud helps build confidence and fluency.
Yes, and don't let those sentences just sit there on the page.
Exactly.
Record yourself reading them, or watch a video with subtitles about the place you want to go to.
Yeah.
Or find someone to practice with.
Yes. And Mike, that brings us to our next step.
Okay.
Why is this particular destination your favorite?
Great question. So, Sarah, what's your favorite holiday destination?
Okay, so I'm drawn to places with a lot of history, and for me, London is just the best.
Oh, nice.
Beyond the famous landmarks like Buckingham Palace and the Tower of London, it's a city where you can practice English by describing the architecture.
Yeah.
From the Gothic cathedrals to the Victorian townhouses.
I see.
The city's history is literally built into the streets.
Yeah.
Plus, there's the chance to talk to locals in English, which is super valuable.
Totally. And London's free museums are amazing.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that Roman exhibit we saw a couple years ago?
Oh, yeah.
The mosaics were so well preserved.
I know.
Talking about them in English really made us think about,
Yeah.
the history and how they made them.
Absolutely. And those kinds of museum visits can help you to make more complex sentences.
Yep.
So instead of just, I will eat local food, you could say, I'm excited to try the food and order in English, or I plan to ask the staff about the artifact's history.
Oh, those are good.
Yeah.
So for our listeners, try to make sentences like that about your destination and record yourself saying them to work on your pronunciation and fluency.
Right, and don't forget about other resources.
Yeah.
Listening to podcasts or watching documentaries can teach you new vocabulary and you can get used to different accents.
Okay, so let's move from dreaming about our trip to actually planning it.
Yes.
Sarah, what are some logistical things our listeners need to think about?
Well, Mike, no matter where you go, you have to have your passport and visa ready to go. And of course, you need a plan for exchanging money and how much you can spend. But think beyond the basics.
Okay.
Do you know how to ask for directions in English?
Yeah.
Can you read a map? Those practical skills can make navigating a new city less stressful.
Oh, man. Speaking of maps, I once tried to take the subway in Tokyo during rush hour without knowing any Japanese.
Oh, wow.
It was an adventure. Luckily, a nice local helped me find my way.
Yeah.
But knowing some phrases like, excuse me, where is? Or can you point me towards would have made things much easier.
Yeah, that's exactly why it's so important to learn those phrases.
Right.
So don't just memorize where is the bus stop.
Okay.
Practice saying, excuse me, do you know which bus goes to?
Okay.
Adding those polite phrases can make a big difference in how people respond to you.
I totally agree. I have a funny story about trying to order food in Spain.
Hold on, Mike, another travel story. You always have the best one.
Well, this one really shows how useful those simple phrases can be.
Okay.
I was at this really cool tapas bar, but I was struggling to describe what I wanted to order.
I see.
Finally, I just gave up and said, can you recommend something delicious?
Yeah.
And pointed at some things on the menu.
Smart.
The waiter smiled, brought me the most amazing food, and even taught me how to say delicious in Spanish.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So that's a good example of how even basic English can lead to some awesome cultural moments.
Absolutely. Now let's move on to the exciting part. Actually exploring.
Yes.
What activities do you think our listeners would enjoy?
Well, that's the beauty of travel.
Yeah.
Everyone likes different things.
Exactly.
Some people might like historical landmarks and museums, while others might want to go hiking or try adventure sports.
Right.
But no matter what you like, think about how you can use English to make those experiences even better.
I love that.
You've just said something I love.
What's that?
One of my favorite travel memories is from when I visited a spice market in Morocco.
Oh.
The colors were so vibrant and the smells were amazing and the sounds of people bartering in all these different languages.
Yeah.
It was sensory overload.
I bet.
Describing those experiences later in English helped me appreciate them even more.
That's awesome. It's a great way to connect language with real life.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, I will visit a castle, you could practice using more descriptive language.
Oh,
Like imagine being there, I'm going to walk through the castle gardens and look at the roses and all the carvings in the stone.
oh, wow.
Or I'm going to learn about the castle's history and maybe even try on some armor.
I love how you're making those sentences so vivid.
Thanks.
You know, I'm already planning my next adventure, and I can see myself hiking through the Scottish Highlands.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to climb to the top of Ben Nevis and look out over the scenery and practice my nature vocabulary.
That sounds amazing, Mike.
Yeah.
Remember, practicing with those descriptive sentences can make your trip even more special.
Yeah, definitely. It adds another layer to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, let's talk about one of the best parts of travel, meeting the locals.
Yeah.
What are some tips for our listeners on talking to people they meet?
Like, those interactions are like the heart of any travel experience.
Yeah.
They can help us understand the place we're visiting in ways that no book ever could. Even if you're a beginner, don't be shy.
I couldn't agree more. I remember this one time.
Oh, are you about to tell another one of your travel stories, Mike?
You know me so well, but yeah, this story really shows how even a simple hello can lead to like a really amazing connection.
Oh, wow.
So I was in this tiny village in Tuscany,
Okay.
and I was totally lost trying to get back to my hotel.
Uh-oh.
And I saw this old woman taking care of her garden.
Yeah.
So I like worked up all my courage and just said, "Buongiorno." She didn't speak any English, but she like lit up and invited me in for some tea and biscotti.
Oh, that's so sweet.
We spent like an hour just talking with our hands and smiling.
I love that.
And she even drew me a map to get back to my hotel.
That's amazing. And it shows that even if you're not fluent, you know, just trying to connect with people can make a huge difference.
Yeah, for sure.
And for those of you listening who might be nervous about starting conversations,
Yeah.
practicing some basic phrases can really help.
Or like what kind of phrases?
Things like, excuse me, could you tell me where? Or do you know a good place to?
Yeah.
Can get the conversation going.
Yeah, and those conversations can turn into like mini language lessons, right?
Totally. I remember being in a cafe in Buenos Aires trying to order coffee in my really bad Spanish. And the barista was so patient, he corrected my pronunciation and even taught me some slang.
Oh, that's cool.
It was just a short interaction, but it made me feel so much more confident using Spanish in real life.
I love those little moments when you learn something new.
Me too.
It's like the whole world becomes your classroom.
Yeah.
Speaking of classrooms, let's give our listeners some exercises they can use to get ready for those real-life conversations.
Great idea. One thing they can do is role-play different situations with a friend or family member.
Oh, okay.
Like imagine checking into a hotel, ordering food at a restaurant, asking for directions.
Yeah.
The more you practice before your trip, the easier it will feel when you're actually there.
And don't forget about all the apps and websites that can help.
Oh, yeah.
There are so many that offer interactive language lessons and vocabulary practice.
Right.
You can even find apps just for travel phrases with audio recordings to help you get the pronunciation perfect.
Those are great resources. And Mike, another great way to practice is to just surround yourself with English as much as possible.
Immersion. It's like the magic trick for language learning.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be anything crazy.
Okay.
You could listen to English music while you're cooking dinner,
Uh-huh.
watch a movie with subtitles, or even follow people on social media who speak English.
Yeah, the important thing is to be around the language as much as you can.
Right. And it's not just about listening and speaking.
What else?
Reading and writing are important too. You encourage our listeners to keep a travel journal, even if it's just a few sentences every day.
That's a good idea.
It can really help them remember what they're learning.
So it's like making your own textbook based on your own experiences.
Exactly. They can even use their journal to practice past tense verbs, descriptive adjectives, and new words they've learned.
I love that idea. And, you know, thinking back on those experiences is a really important part of the process.
Yeah.
It's not just about going to different places.
Right.
It's about what you learn and how you grow as a person.
I couldn't agree more. Every trip, whether it's a short one or a long one, can teach us so much about language and about ourselves.
So true. I remember this one time.
Yeah?
Okay, I won't tell another story right now, but I will say one of the biggest things I've learned from traveling is to be open to new things, to be flexible, and to go with the flow.
That's a great lesson, and it goes hand in hand with language learning.
How so?
Sometimes you have to be okay with trying new things, making mistakes, and stepping outside of your comfort zone.
Mistakes are our teachers. I've learned more from my language mess-ups than I have from any book.
Exactly. You know what I find really interesting about those conversations with locals?
What?
They can open up a whole new world of understanding.
Yeah.
It's not just about sharing information, it's about connecting with someone, laughing together, and maybe even learning a new word or phrase that you wouldn't find in a textbook.
Oh, yeah. Those little unexpected language moments are the best souvenirs.
They really are. Do you remember that time in Greece?
Well, let me guess another story about lost luggage. A crazy monkey and a wise old fisherman who only speaks in riddles.
Haha. Almost, but not quite this time.
Okay,
Although knowing you a mischievous monkey encounter wouldn't be too surprising.
probably not.
No. This story is about a simple word, Meraki.
Oh, I've heard of that.
I kept hearing it everywhere, in cafe shops, even on the beach.
Yeah.
Finally, I asked a local what it meant. They explained that Meraki is about putting your whole heart and soul into everything you do,
I see.
doing your work with passion and creativity.
Oh, wow.
And it just hit me how perfectly that word captured the spirit of the Greek people I had met.
Yeah.
It was like a glimpse into their culture, their values, their way of life.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
It really shows how language is more than just words. It's like a reflection of a culture's soul.
It really is. And those little aha moments are what make learning a language so rewarding.
For sure.
Mike, before we get too excited about all these trips, let's give our listeners some advice on how to actually use their English when they're traveling.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Practicing at home is one thing, but actually using it, out in the real world can feel totally different.
It definitely can. So let's focus on some ways to feel more confident using English when you're traveling.
All right, Sarah, lay it on us. What are your top tips?
Okay, first remember that communication goes both ways.
Yeah.
It's not just about speaking clearly, it's also about listening carefully and trying to understand what the other person is saying.
So active listening is important, even if there's a language barrier.
Absolutely. And one thing that a lot of travelers struggle with is understanding different accents.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
English is spoken all over the world, and those accents can sound really different.
I know I once asked a cab driver in Glasgow to take me to this famous museum, but my American accent confused him.
Oh.
We ended up at a football stadium, miles away.
That's a classic travel story. It shows how important it is to be aware of how pronunciation can change from place to place.
It definitely was a memorable experience. So how can our listeners get used to different accents before they travel?
Listening to different people speaking English is key.
Okay.
Movies, TV shows, podcasts, or even just conversations with people from different places can train your ear to hear those subtle differences.
So it's like a workout for your ears.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And don't be afraid to ask people to repeat themselves or speak slower.
Yeah.
Most people are happy to help, especially if you're polite and you show them that you're really trying.
And a smile goes a long way too.
Definitely a smile can help break down communication barriers.
So it's about being prepared, being flexible, and not being scared to ask for help if you need it.
Exactly. Now let's talk about what to do when things don't go as planned, because you know that happens a lot when you're traveling.
You mean those moments when you miss your train or your plans suddenly change?
Exactly. Travel rarely goes perfectly.
Right.
That's why it's so important to be able to communicate your needs clearly, even if you're stressed.
Okay, so how can our listeners stay calm when those travel hiccups happen?
First, take a deep breath and figure out what's going on.
Okay.
Then decide what's the most important information you need to tell people, like your hotel reservation or if you have any food allergies.
Right.
This is where those essential English phrases we talked about earlier are really helpful.
Yeah, like, can you help me? Or I need.
Yes, those phrases become your lifeline when things get tricky.
And it's a good idea to have a little notebook or a phrase book with you.
Right, it's like having a backup language guide in your pocket.
Exactly. And most importantly, remember that it's okay to make mistakes.
Yes, everyone makes mistakes. Don't let that fear stop you from talking.
I love that reminder mistakes are just part of the learning process.
Exactly. Every interaction, every conversation is a chance to learn and grow.
Sarah, you've given our listeners so many great tips for using English confidently while traveling. It's about being prepared, being flexible, and enjoying the process of communicating, even if it's not perfect.
That's a great way to put it, Mike. And remember, language is what connects us to different cultures and different ways of seeing the world.
So true. Go explore, connect, and let your English skills take you on an amazing journey.
That's a perfect way to end things.
We've talked about how to choose a destination, how to plan your trip, how to practice important phrases, how to have meaningful conversations, and what to do when things don't go as planned.
We covered a lot.
Thanks for joining us on this deep dive into using travel to improve your English.
Yeah, thanks for listening, everyone.
If you like this episode, please like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel for more language learning tips and fun.
We'll see you next time.
Safe travels and happy learning. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and I'm really excited for today's deep dive.
Yeah.
We're going to be talking about festivals.
That's awesome.
And joining us to really help us unpack this topic is Sarah. She is an expert in language learning and cultural communication. Sarah, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Mike. I'm super stoked to be here.
You know, I was thinking before we hit record, I was like, talking about festivals is such a good way to practice your English.
Absolutely.
You get to share your culture. You get to connect with people from all over the world. It's
like a universal language, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So, Sarah, let's dive right into it. I mean, we all know that festivals are about celebrating, but what makes them so important? Like, what's the deeper meaning?
Well, I think you really hit the nail on the head there. Mike, festivals are more than just like parties or celebrations. They're like deeply rooted in history and values and beliefs of a community, and they kind of offer this window into a culture's identity.
Yeah, it's like each festival is like a story that's been passed down for generations. So, Sarah, for our listeners out there who are like eager to learn how to share those stories in English, any tips for them?
Yeah, definitely. So, like, to make your descriptions really clear and captivating, I always recommend thinking of it as a step-by-step process.
Ooh, I love a good step-by-step process.
Oh, yeah, right.
So what's the first step?
So the first step is just introducing the festival. Just tell your listener the name of it, explain what it's about, and then mention when and where it's celebrated. So, for example, you could say, my favorite festival is Diwali, the Festival of Lights. It is celebrated in India and by Indians all over the world, usually in October or November.
Okay, cool. So we've set the stage, we've introduced the star, the festival.
Exactly.
What's next?
Okay, so next you're going to dive into the festival's significance. Explain the meaning, the story behind it. So sticking with Diwali, you could say Diwali symbolizes the triumph of light over darkness and good over evil. It's based on this ancient story about Lord Rama's return to his kingdom after defeating a demon king.
Okay, so we're adding a layer of depth. We're adding the why behind this celebration. This helps the listener understand, what makes it so special.
Right. Now we're going to move on to the preparations.
Okay.
How do people get ready for this festival? What do they do to prepare? Do they clean their homes, decorate shop for new clothes, cook special dishes? This is where you can really paint a picture with your words.
Yeah, it's like we're taking our listeners on a sensory journey.
Exactly.
We're letting them experience the sights, the sounds, even the smells of the preparation.
Right, so think about Diwali. You could describe the colorful Rangoli designs, the bustling markets with people buying sweets and gifts, the aroma of delicious food filling the air.
Yeah, you're making me feel like I'm right there.
Right.
Okay, so we've introduced the festival, we've explained its meaning, we've described the preparations. What's next in our step-by-step guide?
Okay, so now comes the fun part, describing the actual celebrations.
Yeah.
What are the main activities? Bring the festival to life for your listener. Talk about the prayers, the lighting of lamps, the fireworks, the food, the family gatherings. Showcase the heart of the festival.
This is where the story really comes to life. It's like we're dropping our listeners right into the celebration.
Exactly. You want to make them feel like they're experiencing it with you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, so we've covered introductions, meaning preparations and celebrations. What's our next step?
Okay, so this is where you get personal handwork. Share what you personally enjoy most about the festival. What makes it special for you? Maybe it's being with family, cooking special dishes, watching fireworks, or taking part in certain rituals. Adding those personal experiences makes your description unique and relatable.
Yeah, I love that. It's like adding your signature to the story.
Exactly. You could say something like, my favorite part of Diwali is being with my family. We decorate the house together, and I love helping my mother cook special dishes. In the evening, we watch the fireworks and exchange gifts. It's truly magical.
Oh, I can feel the warmth and joy in that description.
Yeah.
It's like you've invited us all to celebrate Diwali with you.
That's the power of storytelling.
It is. Okay, we've covered a lot. Introductions, meaning, preparations, celebrations, and personal touches. What's the final step in describing our favorite festival?
The last step is kind of wrapping up your description by explaining why this specific festival is your favorite, what makes it stand out to you.
So we're bringing it all home, tying everything together, and leaving our listeners with a lasting impression of why this festival matters to us.
Exactly. So for instance, you could end your Diwali description by saying, Diwali is my favorite festival because it brings people together and fills the air with happiness, the lights, the food, the unity. It's unforgettable.
Beautiful, Sarah. You've captured the essence of Diwali in just a few sentences. So we've covered the structure, but what about the language? Are there specific words or phrases that our listeners should use?
Absolutely. So using vibrant vocabulary really enhances your descriptions. Words like celebration, tradition, ritual decorations, feast, unity, and prosperity are great choices.
Those are some great suggestions. Now, I think it would be incredibly helpful if we gave our listeners a full example using all these tips and words. What do you say we describe another popular festival like Christmas?
That's a fantastic idea. Christmas is celebrated worldwide, so it'll make a really great example to show how to use these descriptive techniques. So let's start by introducing the festival.
Okay, imagine you're talking to someone who has never experienced Christmas. How would you describe it to them?
I would say something like, my favorite festival is Christmas. It's celebrated on December 25th each year, mainly in Christian countries, but actually people of all backgrounds enjoy it. It commemorates the birth of Jesus Christ, and it's a time for giving love and joy.
Perfect start. You've given them the basics about Christmas and when it's celebrated. How about the preparations?
Okay, so I would describe like the weeks before Christmas. For example, I'd say in the weeks leading up to Christmas, people decorate their homes with lights, Christmas trees, and ornaments. They buy gifts for their loved ones and prepare special meals. On Christmas Eve, many families attend church and sing carols.
You're making me feel warm and cozy just thinking about those Christmas preparations.
Right.
Now, how would you describe the main events of Christmas Day?
I'd talk about the excitement of Christmas morning, I'd say. On Christmas Day, families gather to exchange gifts and enjoy a feast. Traditional dishes include roast turkey, mashed potatoes, and Christmas pudding. Many children believe that Santa Claus brings them presents, which adds to the magic.
Oh, I love how you've captured the Christmas spirit. Now, what do you enjoy most about Christmas?
For me, it's the warmth and cozy atmosphere, I'd say. What I love most about Christmas is the warm and cozy atmosphere. The twinkling lights, the smell of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Christmas music make it magical.
That's such a heartfelt description, Sarah. Lastly, how would you conclude and explain why Christmas is your favorite?
I would conclude by saying Christmas is a festival that brings people together and reminds us to be kind and generous.
The perfect way to summarize the spirit of Christmas. You've done a fantastic job of describing it using vivid language and personal touches. But we've only scratched the surface. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll dive deeper into the nuances of language and explore how to make those descriptions even more captivating. Stay with us.
And, kind of building on that idea, Mike, think about how we can weave in, these sensory details and this figurative language into like a complete description of a festival. It's like putting together a puzzle where each piece kind of contributes to the overall picture.
Yeah, that's a great analogy.
Yeah.
So how do we assemble this language puzzle, Sarah?
Okay, well, let's take another popular festival as an example. How about Holi, the Festival of Colors? It's celebrated in India and Nepal, marking the arrival of spring and the victory of good over evil. Imagine you're describing this really vibrant celebration to someone who's never experienced it before.
Okay, I'm picturing my friend who lives in Iceland. They see snow most of the year.
Right.
I bet they'd be fascinated by Holi. So how would we start through it?
Okay, you could begin by setting the scene, right? Saying something like, imagine a world transformed into a living canvas, where like every street and corner just erupts in this riot of color.
Wow, that's a powerful opening line.
Right.
It immediately grabs the listener's attention and sets the stage for something extraordinary.
Exactly. And then you can dive into the specifics using that sensory language to really like paint a picture. You could say, the air is thick with the scent of gulal, the fine-colored powder that paints the faces and clothes of everyone in sight. Laughter echoes through the streets as people chase each other their hands, leaving trails of vibrant hues on everything they touch.
I love how you've incorporated both smell and sound into that description.
Yeah.
It's like, I can already feel the energy and excitement of the festival building.
Right, and to emphasize like that visual spectacle, you could add a simile saying something like, from above, the crowds resemble a swirling sea of color, as if a giant artist has splashed his palette across the landscape.
That's a brilliant simile, Sarah. It really captures the scale and the vibrancy of the holy celebrations.
Right. And don't forget to highlight those unique rituals and traditions that make Holi so special. You could say bonfires crackle and blaze on the eve of Holi, symbolizing the triumph of good over evil. And as the flames die down, people gather around sharing stories and laughter, their faces illuminated by the flickering embers.
You've woven such a captivating narrative, Sarah. It's like I've been transported to India, and I'm experiencing Holi firsthand.
That's the beauty of language, Mike. When used effectively, it has the power to transcend borders and transport us to different worlds.
Oh, and don't forget, adding a personal touch makes your description even more compelling.
Yes, definitely.
Right.
We talked about that a little bit earlier.
Right.
How can we personalize those descriptions of Holi? Think about what resonates with you most about the festival. Is it that sense of unity and community, the joy of letting go of inhibitions, the spiritual significance of the celebration? Share your own insights and experiences to really connect with your listener on a deeper level.
For example, I could say, what fascinates me most about Holi's is the way it transcends social barriers. On this day, everyone is equally united by the shared experience of joy, laughter, and color.
That's beautiful, Mike. It really adds a layer of depth and meaning to your description. And by sharing your personal perspective, you invite your listener to connect with the festival on a more emotional level.
This has been an incredible journey through the world of festival descriptions, Sarah.
Wow.
You've given our listeners so many valuable tools and techniques to make their English more vivid and engaging.
It's been a pleasure sharing these insights with you, Mike. And remember, the key to mastering any language is practice.
Right.
So I encourage everyone listening to try out these tips and see how they can really elevate their own storytelling.
That's great advice, Sarah. Don't be afraid to experiment. Have fun with language and let your personality shine through.
Exactly. And if you're feeling adventurous, why not share your own festival descriptions with us?
Oh, yeah.
We'd love to hear about the celebrations that bring joy to your life.
That's a wonderful idea. We can all learn from each other and celebrate the incredible diversity of cultures around the world. But for now, it's time to wrap up this episode.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Mike. It's always a pleasure talking about language and culture with you.
And to all our amazing listeners out there, we hope you enjoyed this deep dive into describing your favorite festival in English. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more engaging language learning content. Until next time, keep practicing and keep celebrating. And it's more than just mastering English. Like when you're describing your favorite festival, it's about sharing a piece of your heart.
Yeah.
A piece of your culture with the world.
It is. It's like building bridges, through these shared experiences.
It is, exactly. And who knows, maybe by sharing your favorite festival, you'll inspire someone to learn more about your language, your traditions.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
It really is. The ripple effect of that is amazing.
So true. Well, Sarah, this has been such an enlightening conversation. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your expertise on describing festivals in English.
It's been my pleasure, Mike. I always enjoy talking about language and culture, and I hope our listeners feel empowered to go out there and share their own stories.
I'm sure they do. To all of our amazing listeners out there, thank you so much for tuning in to the Learn English Lab. We hope you found this deep dive into describing your favorite festival helpful and inspiring.
Remember, practice makes perfect, so don't be afraid to try out what you've learned today. Tell a friend, a family member, or even a stranger about your favorite festival.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're feeling really brave, share your description in the comments below.
Yes.
We'd love to hear from you.
We're always here to support you on your English language learning journey.
Absolutely. So until next time, keep practicing, keep learning, and keep celebrating.
Yes.
And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel for more exciting language adventures.
Happy learning, everyone.
Bye for now. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and I'm really excited to be joined by Sarah, our expert for this deep dive into describing a day in your village.
It's great to be here, Mike. I'm excited to explore the world of village life through words.
Sarah, it's not just about listing off what you do, but really about transporting your listener to your village. We want them to feel like they're right there with you, experiencing the sights and sounds and even the smells.
Yeah, definitely. It's about creating like this captivating story that goes beyond just saying what happened. Think of yourself as like a storyteller, sharing a piece of your world with people who maybe have never even experienced village life.
So how do we even start? Where do we begin? How do we set the scene for this experience?
Well, just like any good story, it all starts with a really strong introduction. You want to grab your listener's attention right away and give them a sense of place.
Okay, so instead of just saying, I live in a village, give it some personality.
Right.
Like, I live in a charming village nestled between rolling hills and a sparkling river.
Exactly. You've already given your village a name, you've hinted at its beauty, you've added some captivating imagery. And to make it even more personal, maybe mention a unique feature or your connection to it, something like, my family has lived here for generations, and their stories echo through the cobblestone streets.
Yeah, you're giving them a sneak peek into your world, setting the stage. It reminds me of when I visited a village in India. The moment I stepped off the bus, I was just hit with this wave of the scent of spices and the vibrant colors of the market. It was sensory overload.
That's a fantastic example, Mike. Those sensory details, they're so important for bringing your story to life. And it doesn't have to be complicated. You can use simple phrases to guide your listener through your morning routine, I usually wake up early to the sound of roosters crowing, or after freshening up, I help my mother milk the cows.
Yeah, you're painting a picture with words. So instead of just saying, I eat breakfast, you could say, I savor a breakfast of warm, freshly baked bread and sweet milky tea as the sun rises.
Exactly. You're not just telling them what you do, you're showing them. And those little details, they make all the difference.
So we've woken up, taken in the sights and sounds, and had our breakfast. Now it's time to get into the heart of the day.
Yeah, think about those activities that fill your day in the village. It might be helping your family with chores, working in the fields, or maybe attending school.
And we can use those simple phrases again to describe these actions, like, I help my father tend to the rice paddies, or after school I gather firewood with my siblings.
Absolutely. And remember, you can structure the section in a way that feels natural to you. You can follow the flow of your day or group activities by theme. Perhaps you focus on all the farming tasks or the interactions you have within the village.
That makes sense. It gives you that flexibility and personality and makes sure your story reflects your village. But it's not just about what you do, right? It's also about capturing that essence of the village.
You're absolutely right, Mike. We've talked about the acronyms, but what about the atmosphere, the scenery, the soul of your village?
So we're talking about painting a vivid picture of the landscape, the architecture, the ambiance.
Exactly. Think about what stands out visually. Is your village surrounded by lush green fields? Are there colorful houses with beautiful carvings? Is there a bustling market square where villagers gather to trade and tell stories?
So we're using those sensory details again, but this time for the village. So instead of just saying the village is beautiful, we could say the village is a tapestry of vibrant colors with small mud houses adorned with carvings and fragrant flowers blooming in every corner.
Now you're talking. You're not just describing the village, you're making the listener feel something. Don't forget about the lifestyle. What makes life in your village different from the city?
The sense of community, the slower pace of life, the way everyone knows each other and stops to chat.
Excellent points, Mike. Those are the details that will really immerse your listener in your world. Think about those unique things that make your village special and find a way to bring them into your story.
We've moved from a general intro to a more vivid picture of village life. But the day isn't over yet. What about the evening, that transition from all the busyness of the day to the calm of the evening?
You're exactly right. The evening brings a different feeling, a sense of peace and reflection as the day ends.
I remember from my trip to India, as the sun began to set, the village just transformed family. Families gathered on their porches, children played in the fading light. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and conversation. It was magical.
What a beautiful image. And you can capture that same magic by focusing on those peaceful activities that mark the end of your day.
So instead of just saying, I eat dinner, we could say, we gather around a fire, sharing stories and laughter as we enjoy a meal made with fresh ingredients from our garden.
That's it. You're not just describing the action, you're creating that feeling of togetherness. And remember, those simple phrases can go a long way. In the evening, I help my grandmother prepare dinner while she tells me stories of her childhood. Or we often have village gatherings where people sing and dance under the stars.
It's like bringing the day full circle. We started with those sounds of the village waking up, and now we're ending with these quiet moments. But there's one more important thing we haven't talked about yet.
You're right, Mike. We've talked about the activities, the scenery, the routines, but what about your feelings, your reflections on village life?
Now we go beyond just describing what we do and really talk about what it means to us.
Yeah, it's about bringing your own personality into it, connecting with the listener. Don't be afraid to express what village life means to you, what you've learned from it, why it's so special to you.
Yeah, be open and honest and let your listeners really see how much your village means to you. It's like the difference between reading a travel brochure and hearing a friend tell you about their trip.
Exactly. Think about those parts of your day that make you feel something. Maybe it's the peacefulness of walking through the fields in the morning, or the joy of sharing a meal with your family at night.
Maybe it's the contentment of listening to your grandparents' stories and knowing their wisdom has been passed down.
Yeah, those are the things that will resonate with your listeners and build a stronger connection. You can express those feelings with simple phrases like, I feel so grateful for my family and my village, or living here has taught me what community really means.
Those real emotions, make the story come alive. And Sarah, it's not just about the words themselves, it's also how we say them.
You're right, Mike. Our tone of voice, our energy, it all adds to the story.
I remember when I visited that village in India, I was nervous about my English. But everyone was so nice and patient. They just wanted to talk to me, not judge my grammar.
That's wonderful, Mike. And it shows how important confidence is. Don't let being afraid of making mistakes stop you from talking. Embrace those mistakes. They're how you learn.
And remember, the more you practice, the more confident you'll get. Talk to friends, family, even practice in the mirror.
Practice makes perfect, right? But being yourself is even more important than being perfect. Let your personality come through. Don't be afraid to use humor or tell stories that make your narrative more interesting.
Like the time I tried to milk a cow and got sprayed in the face. Always a funny story. But really, those personal moments make your story more relatable and keep the listener interested.
Exactly. It's about finding the right mix between using clear descriptions and sharing your own unique perspective.
So we've talked about setting the scene, the main activities, the uniqueness of village life, and bringing in our personal thoughts and feelings. What else do we need to remember as we put our stories together?
Well, remember that storytelling is something you get better at over time. Like playing an instrument or playing a sport, you can't expect to be amazing right away.
Definitely not. It takes time and patience and being willing to learn from your mistakes, but it's so worth it.
It really is. There's nothing like the feeling of connecting with someone through a good story. And when you tell a story about your village, you're not just sharing facts, you're sharing your culture, your history, a part of you.
And when we do that, we break down walls and understand each other better. We remember that even though we're different, we're all human.
I love that. And speaking of sharing and connecting, I'm reminded of a quote by Maya Angelou. There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you.
So true. And that's for all of us, no matter where we're from or what language we speak. We all have stories, and those stories need to be heard.
Exactly. Language gives us the ability to share those stories with the world.
So for everyone out there who have a story, don't be shy. Embrace the challenge, practice your English, and let your voice be heard. The world is listening.
I completely agree. And remember, there are so many things out there to help you, online courses, language partners. You have so many chances to improve your storytelling.
We've talked about so much today, from setting the scene to sharing our feelings, Sarah, before we wrap up. Do you have any last bits of advice for our listeners as they start their village storytelling adventures?
I do, and it goes back to what we've been saying all along. Don't be afraid to try things out, to play with language, to find your own way of expressing yourself. What works for one person might not work for another, and that's okay.
It's about finding your own voice, right? Embracing the things that make your story unique.
Exactly. As you practice and experiment, notice the moments that feel really strong or moving. What words or phrases create the best pictures? What stories get the biggest reactions?
It's like tuning an instrument, finding the perfect sound to capture your audience. And it's not just about capturing other people. It's also about helping us understand our villages and ourselves better.
You're right, Mike. When we think about our experiences and put them into words, we understand the little things about village life and how they've made us who we are.
Like looking at our memories with a magnifying glass and finding new things we never noticed before. And when we share those things, we help others see the world the way we see it, connect with us more deeply.
Perfectly said, Mike. And I think that's what storytelling is all about: creating connections, understanding each other, and remembering that we're all connected.
It's been amazing talking about how to describe a day in our villages. We talked about sensory details, personal reflections, and the power of telling our stories. But before we go, I want to thank you, Sarah, for sharing your knowledge with us today.
It's been great, Mike. And to all our listeners out there, thank you for joining us. I hope you feel inspired to share your own village stories.
And remember, no matter how experienced you are, your voice is important. So take on the challenge, practice hard, and never stop exploring the magic of language.
I couldn't agree more. The world needs to hear your stories.
And if you like this deep dive, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great insights into language and culture. See you next time. Happy storytelling.
I do, and it goes back to what we've been saying. Don't be afraid to try things out. Play with language, find your own way of expressing yourself. You know, what works for one person might not work for another, and that's totally fine.
It's all about finding your voice, right? Like what makes your story special.
Exactly. And as you practice and experiment, pay attention to the things that feel really strong or interesting, like what words or phrases paint the best picture, what stories get the best reactions.
It's like you said before, fine-tuning an instrument, finding that perfect sound to really connect with your audience. And, it's not just about other people, it's also about helping us understand our villages and even ourselves better.
That's a great point, Mike. When we think about our experiences and put them into words, we start to see those little details about village life and how they've shaped who we are.
It's like we're looking back at our memories with a fresh perspective, finding new things we never saw before. And when we share those things, we help others see the world through our eyes, connect with us on a different level.
I like that, Mike. I think that's the most important thing about storytelling, creating connections, understanding each other, and remembering that we're all connected in some way.
It's been so great exploring how to describe a day in our villages. We've covered sensory details, personal reflections, and the power of sharing our stories. But before we wrap things up, I want to thank you, Sarah, for sharing your expertise with us today.
It's been a pleasure, Mike. And to all our listeners out there, thank you for joining us. We hope you feel inspired to share your own village stories with everyone.
Yeah, and remember, no matter how much experience you have, your voice matters. So embrace the challenge, practice with passion, and never stop exploring the power of language.
Absolutely. The world needs to hear your stories.
And if you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more interesting looks into language and culture. Until next time, happy storytelling. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab, a place to experiment and have fun with the English language. I'm your host, Mike, and today we're diving into something I think we all have in common.
Childhood.
Yeah, childhood. And to guide us on this trip down memory lane, we have the fantastic Sarah with us.
It's great to be here, Mike. You know, it's interesting. We often think about language learning as, memorizing vocabulary and grammar, but there's this whole other layer. How do we express those unique individual experiences that shaped us as kids?
That's exactly what we're here to figure out. So, listeners, get ready to unlock a whole new level of storytelling in English. Get ready to speak your childhood. All right, Sarah, where do we even begin with something as vast as childhood? I mean, we're talking years of memories here.
It's true. It can feel a bit overwhelming. Let's think about it like building with Legos. We start with those basic blocks, those core pieces. What were some of the key places in your childhood? And I don't just mean the obvious ones like home or school. Let's get specific. Maybe the secret hiding spot in the woods behind my house, or garden with those giant sunflowers, those kinds of details.
I love that. It's those specific details that make it personal, right? And that makes me think about the people, too. My childhood wouldn't be complete without my mischievous little brother always dragging us into some kind of trouble. So we've got family, friends, maybe even rivals from the playground, all those characters who were part of the story.
Absolutely. And as we start gathering these words, think about the emotions tied to them. How did these places and people make you feel? Were you carefree in the park, intimidated at school, or totally exuberant at birthday parties?
You know what you're saying makes me realize something. Learning to talk about childhood isn't just about grammar. It's about reconnecting with how it all felt back then. Now, you did mention grammar, and I know some of our listeners might be wondering about verb tenses. Are there any that work particularly well when we're talking about the past?
For sure. The past simple is going to be your go-to here. Think, I played, we visited, she laughed. This is how you lay out the events, the actions that happened.
Right, that gives us the backbone of the story. But how do we add more detail and really bring it to life?
That's where the past continuous comes in. It's like adding movement to a still photo. Instead of just saying, I played in the park, you could say, I was playing with my friends in the park, when suddenly it adds that element of ongoing action or an unexpected turn of events.
Ooh, I like that. It creates a bit of suspense. What about used to? I feel like that phrase is perfect for childhood because it's all about things that happened regularly but don't anymore. Like, I used to collect those tiny toy cars. Can you believe it?
Exactly. Used to, and even would, can give your story that feeling of nostalgia, those habits or rituals that were unique to that time.
And don't those phrases also help us transition smoothly between different memories or parts of the story? It's like a subtle signal to the listener that we're shifting gears.
Definitely. And speaking of signals, here's another tip. Don't be shy about using classic storytelling phrases. Things like, I'll never forget the time, or one of my earliest memories is. These instantly let the learner know that something special is coming.
It's like saying, get ready to be transported back in time.
I like that.
But even with all this talk about specific words and grammar, it can still feel a little daunting to try and tackle your entire childhood. Are there any go-to topics that are easier to start with?
Absolutely. Describing your childhood home is always a great starting point. Think about what made it unique. Was it the creaky floorboards? The smell of baking cookies, the view from your bedroom window? Try to use all your senses to create a vivid picture for the listener.
Oh, I can practically smell those cookies now. You know what else always brings back a flood of memories? School days. Everybody has stories from school. Favorite subjects, funny teachers, embarrassing moments, maybe even that first crush.
It's true, and those school day stories are pretty universal, so they're a great way to connect with people from different backgrounds. You could even talk about school traditions in your country. Like here in the US, we have this thing called show and tell, where kids bring in something special from home to share with the class. It's a fun way to spark conversations and learn about each other's cultures.
That's a fun one. It reminds me of how much we used to love swapping stories with friends at recess. Speaking of fun, we have to talk about games and hobbies. I could go on for hours about the elaborate Lego worlds we used to create. How about you?
Oh, I was all about building forts, blankets, pillows, chairs, anything we could get our hands on. We'd transform the living room into this magical fortress.
That's what's so great about it, isn't it? Those seemingly simple things become captivating when you share them with passion. And it encourages people to join in, ask questions, and share their own experiences.
You're absolutely right. And don't forget about family traditions. Those can be especially interesting for people from other cultures, holidays, special meals, maybe even some unique customs that are specific to your family.
It's like offering them a glimpse into a whole different world. Okay, Sarah, before we wrap up this part of our deep dive, any last nuggets of wisdom for our listeners who are eager to start speaking their childhoods in English?
I would say the most important thing is to be descriptive. Use all your senses. What did things look, sound, smell, taste, and feel like? The more details you can provide, the more immersive your story will be for the listener. And don't forget, practice makes perfect. Talk to friends. Record yourself. Even write down your stories. The more you use the language, the more confident you'll become.
And most importantly,
don't be afraid to make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes when they're learning a language. It's all part of the process.
that's such great advice, Sarah. Sometimes we forget that it's okay to stumble a bit, to experiment with the language. It's how we learn and grow.
Absolutely. Embrace those mistakes and see them as opportunities to improve.
Well said. Now, you mentioned using all of our senses to bring those stories to life. Could you give us an example of how we might do that?
Of course. Let's say you're describing your childhood home. Instead of just saying, my house was small, you could say, my house was this tiny, cozy cottage with a steep thatched roof that always smelled like damp leaves after a rainstorm. See how those added details create a much richer, more vivid image in the listener's mind?
It totally does. You're taking them right there with you. Now, what if someone is struggling to remember specific details? I mean, childhood was a long time ago.
That's a great point, Mike. Sometimes those memories are buried deep, but try focusing on a specific object or event. For example, if you're talking about your favorite toy, try to picture it in your mind. What did it look like? What was its texture? How did it make you feel? Even better, if you still have that toy, hold it in your hands as you speak. That tactile experience can really unlock memories and emotions.
That's brilliant. It's like giving your brain a little nudge in the right direction. What about those times when you know the word in your native language, but you just can't seem to find the English equivalent?
Don't let that stop you. Get creative, use synonyms, descriptions, even gestures to get your meaning across. Remember, communication is the goal. It's not about speaking perfectly, it's about connecting with others and sharing your experiences.
I love that. It's so freeing to remember that perfection isn't the goal. Now, I know some people might be hesitant to share personal stories, especially in a language they're still learning. What advice would you give to those who are feeling a bit shy?
That's totally understandable. It can feel vulnerable to open up about ourselves, especially in a language we're not completely comfortable with. Start small, share a short anecdote with a trusted friend or language partner, or try writing down your story first. This can help you organize your thoughts and build your confidence before sharing it verbally.
Those are really practical tips. And remember, listeners, you don't have to share anything you're not ready to. It's your story, and you get to decide how and when you want to tell it.
Absolutely. And who knows, maybe by sharing your story, you'll inspire others to do the same.
It's like a ripple effect of storytelling and connection. And isn't that what language is all about? Building bridges between people and cultures.
It truly is. Now, speaking of cultural connections, I think it's important to mention that childhood experiences can vary greatly depending on where you grew up and the traditions you were exposed to.
That's a great point. So how do we navigate those cultural differences when sharing our childhood stories in English?
Well, first of all, don't be afraid to embrace those differences. Share those unique customs and traditions that make your story special. You might need to provide a little extra context or explanation for listeners who aren't familiar with your culture.
Right, like a little mini cultural lesson woven into your story. That's fascinating.
Exactly, and be open to learning about other people's childhood experiences as well. Ask questions, be curious, and be respectful of different perspectives. It's a wonderful opportunity to broaden your horizons and gain a deeper understanding of the world around you.
You know, Sarah, you're reminding me of how much fun it can be to learn about different cultures. It's like taking a trip around the world without ever leaving your seat.
I agree, and who knows, maybe you'll even discover some unexpected similarities between your childhood and someone else's, despite your different backgrounds.
And that's the beauty of sharing our stories. We might come from different places, speak different languages, but at the end of the day, we all share this universal human experience called childhood. And through language, we can connect with each other on a deeper level and celebrate those shared memories.
That's beautifully said, Mike.
It's been such a fascinating conversation, Sarah. I feel like we've just scratched the surface of this topic.
Me too. There's so much more we could explore.
Definitely. Well, for our listeners who are feeling inspired to speak their childhoods in English, what are some final words of encouragement you'd like to leave them with?
I would say don't overthink it. Just start talking. The words will come. And remember, the most important thing is to have fun and enjoy the journey of reliving those precious memories.
I love that. Keep it simple, have fun, and let those stories flow. Wow, what a journey that was. It feels like we've just skimmed the surface, but hopefully this deep dive has given you the tools to start exploring your own EWN childhood in English.
Absolutely. And remember, as you're telling those stories, think about the emotions you want to evoke in your listener. How can you use those sensory details to make them feel like they're right there with you experiencing those moments firsthand?
That's such a powerful point, Sarah. It's not just about recounting the facts. It's about transporting your listener back to that time and place, making them feel those same feelings of joy, wonder, maybe even a little bit of mischief.
Exactly. And don't be afraid to experiment with language. Play with different words, try out new phrases, and see what resonates with you. Remember, language is a tool for self-expression, so make it your own.
You know what you're saying reminds me of something I used to do as a kid. I would take my favorite storybooks and try to rewrite them in my own words, adding my own little twists and turns. It was like creating my own little world, and it really helped me develop a love for language.
That's wonderful, Mike. It just goes to show that storytelling is a natural human instinct. We all have stories to tell, and childhood is a treasure trove of those experiences.
It truly is. And I think sometimes as adults, we forget the importance of playfulness and imagination. But tacking into those childhood memories can help us reconnect with that sense of wonder and bring a fresh perspective to our lives.
I couldn't agree more. Now, before we wrap up, I want to remind our listeners that everyone's childhood is unique and valuable. No matter where you come from or what language you speak, your story deserves to be heard.
Beautifully said, Sarah. So to all our listeners out there, we encourage you to embrace your inner child, dust off those memories, and start sharing your stories with the world. And remember, the Learn English Lab is here to support you every step of the way.
It's been such a joy exploring this topic with you today, Mike. Thank you for having me.
The pleasure was all mine, Sarah. And to all our wonderful listeners out there, thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of childhood memories. We hope you've learned some valuable tips and feel inspired to share your own stories in English. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more fun and insightful deep dives into the world of English. Until next time, keep practicing and keep those childhood stories coming.
See you next time.
It's like a ripple effect of storytelling and connection. And isn't that what language is all about, building bridges between people and cultures?
It truly is. Now, speaking of cultural connections, I think it's important to mention that childhood experiences can vary greatly depending on where you grew up and the traditions you were exposed to.
That's a great point. So how do we navigate those cultural differences when sharing our childhood stories in English?
Well, first of all, don't be afraid to embrace those differences. Share those unique customs and traditions that make your story special. You might need to provide a little extra context or explanation for listeners who aren't familiar with your culture.
Right, like a little mini cultural lesson woven into your story. It's fascinating.
Precisely. And be open to learning about other people's childhood experiences as well. Ask questions, be curious, and be respectful of different perspectives. It's a wonderful opportunity to broaden your horizons and gain a deeper understanding of the world around you.
You know, Sarah, you're reminding me of how much fun it can be to learn about different cultures. It's like taking a trip around the world without ever leaving your seat.
I agree. And who knows, maybe you'll even discover some unexpected similarities between your childhood and someone else's, despite your different backgrounds.
And that's the beauty of sharing our stories. We might come from different places, speak different languages, but at the end of the day, we all share this universal human experience called childhood. And through language, we can connect with each other on a deeper level and celebrate those shared memories.
That's beautifully said, Mike.
It's been such a fascinating conversation, Sarah. I feel like we've just scratched the surface of this topic.
Me too. There's so much more we could explore.
Definitely. Well, for our listeners who are feeling inspired to speak their childhoods in English, what are some final words of encouragement you'd like to leave them with?
I would say don't overthink it. Just start talking. The words will come. And remember, the most important thing is to have fun and enjoy the journey of reliving those precious memories.
I love that. Keep it simple, have fun, and let those stories flow. Wow, what a journey that was. It feels like we've just skimmed the surface, but hopefully this deep dive has given you the tools to start exploring your own childhood in English. What are some early memories you want to share now? Let us know in the comments.
And be sure to like and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more fun and insightful deep dives into the world of English. Until next time, keep practicing and keep those childhood stories coming.
See you next time. What are some early memories you want to share now? Let us know in the comments.
And be sure to like and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more fun and insightful deep dives into the world of English. Until next time, keep practicing and keep those childhood stories coming.
See you next time. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike. And A lot of people find public speaking a bit scary, right? It can make anyone nervous.
It's true, Mike. Public speaking is often at the very top of those biggest fears lists.
It really is. And some people even say they fear it more than death, although that always sounds a little extreme to me.
Yeah, a little bit. But for many people, that anxiety about public speaking is a real thing.
For sure. I once heard that picturing your audience in their underwear is supposed to help. But to be honest with you, that just seems distracting to me.
It's probably not the best strategy. It's interesting, though, because this fear of public speaking is primal. It triggers our brain's fight or flight response, which makes sense because when you're speaking in public, you're in a vulnerable position. Under scrutiny, you're in the spotlight.
It's like our inner cave person facing down a saber-toothed tiger. Except the tiger is a room full of people just listening politely.
That's a great way to think about it. And that fight or flight response explains the physical symptoms we feel, the racing heart, sweaty palms, shaky voice. But here's the good news. Even those really experienced speakers get nervous too. They've just learned to manage those nerves better and use that energy to their advantage.
Oh, okay, so the goal isn't to eliminate nerves completely. That makes me feel a bit better, actually.
Yeah, not at all. Having a little bit of nervousness actually shows that you care, that you're really invested. Plus, that little bit of adrenaline can help you be more alert and more dynamic. It's all about reframing it. Your body's preparing you to shine.
So instead of fight or flight, it's get ready to rock this speech.
Yeah, exactly. And that leads us to a very important point. Preparation is key.
So you're saying it's more than just writing down a few notes and hoping for the best?
A lot more. It's about really knowing your material backwards and forwards so you don't have to rely on a script. You're the expert who's going to be guiding the audience through this topic, and understanding your audience is also really important.
Oh, right. I mean, you wouldn't explain something the same way to a 5-year-old as it would to a college professor, right?
Exactly. Think about their knowledge level, their interests, what they are hoping to get out of listening to you speak. Think about what questions they might have and make sure to address them.
So doing the prep work is kind of like laying a good foundation.
It really is, and it also means structuring your content in a logical way. A captivating introduction, key points that flow well, and a nice conclusion that ties everything together. And then, of course, practice.
Okay, but practice is more than just reciting your speech in the chair, right?
Yes, definitely. Effective practice means getting really comfortable with the material in a lot of different ways. Try practicing in front of a mirror or recording yourself and listening back to it. You could also present to friends or even just try visualizing yourself giving the speech really confidently. The more familiar you are with the content, the more natural and engaging you'll sound.
So it's more about feeling the flow of the speech, not just memorizing words on a page. That's a great tip.
It really is. Now, once you've got all that preparation done, let's talk about how to handle those nerves. I think we've all heard about deep breathing exercises.
Yeah, I've tried those, but sometimes I end up feeling like I'm hyperventilating. Is there a good way to do it?
Well, the key is to take slow, deep breaths and really engage your diaphragm. Imagine filling up your lungs from the bottom up. It's pretty amazing how quickly this can help calm down your heart rate and quiet those racing thoughts.
Deep breaths, got it. What else can we do to turn that nervous energy into something more positive?
This might sound surprising, but a quick physical warm-up can actually be really helpful. Things like light stretches or a quick walk can really help to release some tension and get your blood flowing.
So it's kind of like we're treating this like an athletic event. Warm up the body and the mind. I like that. What about mental warm-ups?
Those are important too. Positive self-talk can be incredibly powerful. Rather than letting that inner critic take over with all sorts of what-if scenarios, try focusing on affirmations.
So like I should be looking in the mirror and saying, I am a confident public speaker. I've always thought that was a little bit cheesy.
Well, it might feel a little awkward at first, but it really does work. The more you repeat these positive statements, the more your brain starts to believe them. It's almost like you're rewiring your own thinking.
Okay, so it's about replacing those negative thoughts with more positive ones. No more putting myself down in my head.
Exactly. And here's another mental strategy to try. Visualization. Close your eyes and imagine yourself delivering that speech confidently.
Create a mental movie where I'm doing an amazing job on stage. The audience is engaged, my delivery is smooth, the whole 9 yards.
That's the idea. The more vivid you can make that mental picture, the more your brain actually treats it as a real experience. It helps you build neural pathways for success.
It's almost like giving your brain a sneak peek of how awesome you're going to be.
Right. With all this talk about nerves and how to prepare, we sometimes forget the most important part of all, the audience.
It's easy to get caught up in our own heads sometimes. So how do we shift that focus outward?
Well, instead of thinking about it like it's a performance, try thinking of it as a conversation, a chance to really connect with the audience and share something valuable with them.
That definitely takes a lot of pressure off.
It does. Try to focus on what will be interesting to them, what they need to hear, and what they'll connect with. Make eye contact, smile genuinely, and let your passion for the topic show. Your enthusiasm can be really contagious.
Yeah, enthusiasm is definitely catchy. Speaking of connection, How do we keep an audience engaged?
Storytelling. People are naturally drawn to stories. Try to weave in relatable anecdotes, share some personal experiences, or even add a bit of humor if it's appropriate. That helps make the information more memorable, and it also creates a shared experience with your audience.
It gives people a reason to care, to connect on an emotion level instead of just trying to process all these facts and figures, right?
Exactly. Here's another tip. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Engaging the audience directly can turn a one-sided lecture into a dynamic conversation.
So it becomes more of a two-way street.
Right, and remember, even if you trip over a word or two, don't let it get to you. Everybody makes mistakes. The important thing is to just keep going. I think you'll find that your audience is a lot more forgiving than you might think.
Well, that's good to hear. I always worry about little slip-ups throwing me off.
Try not to dwell on them too much. Just acknowledge it briefly if you need to and then move on. A little bit of humor can even help to lighten the mood if things get a bit awkward. The important thing is to maintain that connection with your audience.
This is all great advice. I'm feeling a lot more confident just hearing all this. Before we wrap up this part of our deep dive, do you have any final words of wisdom for those who are working on becoming more confident public speakers?
Remember that public speaking is a skill that you can develop. It's not some special talent that people are born with. It takes practice and dedication, but the rewards are definitely worth it. Try starting small, celebrate your successes, and never stop learning. And another thing to keep in mind is that public speaking isn't just about being on a stage in front of a huge crowd.
Oh, you mean it's not all about TED Talks and big keynote speeches?
Exactly. These skills are useful in so many areas of life, both personal and professional.
So even if someone isn't dreaming of becoming a motivational speaker, these skills are still important.
They really are. Think about it. Acing a job interview, giving a toast at a wedding, presenting a business idea, leading a team meeting, they all have elements of public speaking.
So it's not just about those formal presentations. It's really about being able to communicate effectively in any kind of group setting.
That's right. Honing those skills can really help you be more successful.
We're talking about things like career advancement, becoming a more persuasive communicator, even boosting your overall confidence.
All of that and more. It's all about owning your voice and feeling comfortable sharing your ideas with others.
I'm convinced. And speaking of owning your voice, let's talk about something that can really make or break a speech. Body language. I've always heard it's super important, sometimes even more important than our actual words.
That's true. Your body is constantly sending out signals, and those signals can either reinforce or undermine your message.
So if I'm up there saying I'm confident and I'm excited to be here, but I'm hunched over and avoiding eye contact and just fidgeting the whole time, people aren't going to believe me, right?
Probably not. That's why it's so important to be really mindful of your body language right from the moment you step in front of your audience.
Okay, so what are some ways to project confidence, even if I'm feeling a little nervous? Are there any power poses I can practice?
Well, one of the easiest and most effective things you can do is just to stand up tall, shoulders back, head held high. It instantly makes you look more present and authoritative.
Like I should channel my inner superhero. I love it. What about eye contact? Is it better to scan the room or focus on specific people?
Making eye contact is absolutely crucial for connecting with your audience and building that sense of rapport. Instead of letting your eyes dart around nervously, try focusing on one person at a time for a few seconds and then shifting to someone else. It makes your speech feel more like a natural conversation and less like you're just reciting a memorized monologue.
Oh, I see. So it's about making those individual connections, even when you're talking to a large group. What about hand gestures? I tend to move my hands around a lot when I talk. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Using hand gestures can be a really good way to emphasize certain points and bring more energy to your speech.
But I guess there's a difference between being expressive and just flailing my arms around like a windmill, right?
Definitely. The key is to use hand gestures purposefully. Think of them as an extension of your words. For instance, a simple open palm can convey honesty, while pointing your finger can add emphasis, and a well-timed hand movement can help to guide your audience's attention.
So it's about being intentional, making sure that your gestures actually add to the message, not distract from it. Got it. Are there any other body language tips that are good to keep in mind?
A genuine smile can go a long way. It makes you seem a lot more approachable, relatable, and even trustworthy. And while we're talking about trust, another thing to be mindful of is to try and avoid crossing your arms.
Ah, the classic closed-off posture.
Yeah, it can make you seem defensive, guarded, or even a little bit unapproachable.
So basically, open body language, lots of eye contact, and a nice warm smile. I guess we're trying to be like the human version of a big, friendly hug.
I love that analogy. Okay, now let's move on to another really important aspect of public speaking, your voice. It's not just about the words you say, but how you say them.
Oh man, the voice. This is a tough one for me. I tend to talk way too fast when I'm nervous, or sometimes I end up being monotone and sound like a robot.
A lot of people fall into those vocal traps when they're under pressure, but the good news is that your voice is like an instrument. It can be trained and refined.
Okay, so how do we transform our everyday voices into those really powerful, engaging voices that we hear from amazing public speakers? What are their secrets?
It all starts with awareness. Start paying attention to your pace, your pitch, and your tone. Are you rushing your words? Are you speaking in a monotone? Once you start to notice those vocal habits, you can start working on them.
Awareness, check. But how do we actually make changes to our voices? Are there any vocal exercises we can do?
Absolutely. One very simple but effective technique is to practice reading aloud. Choose a passage from a book or an article and really focus on varying your pace, your pitch, and your tone. Experiment with emphasizing certain words or phrases.
So it's like giving my voice a workout at the gym.
Exactly. And another great tip is to record yourself speaking and then listen back to it. It might be a little cringy at first, but it's a really valuable way to identify areas where you can improve.
I bet. It's like when you hear your voice on a voicemail and you think, whoa, do I really sound like that?
You got it. But that's the best way to get better. And while we're on the subject of improving, let's talk about those filler words that we all tend to use. Words like like, and,
Oh man, I am so guilty of saying all the time. I've really tried to break the habit, but it's like those words have a mind of their own.
We all have our little vocal crutches. The trick is to become aware of them and make a conscious effort to replace them with pauses.
Just pause. Won't that make me sound like I've forgotten what I was going to say?
Not at all. When you use them in the right way, pauses can actually make you sound more thoughtful, more confident, and even more persuasive. They give your audience time to absorb what you've just said, and they can actually build anticipation for what's coming next.
So it's all about using silence strategically. That's an interesting idea, but I'm willing to try it.
It might feel a little strange at first, but it can make a big difference. And here's one more tip for you. Pay attention to your breathing.
Wait, didn't we already talk about breathing? Deep breaths to help calm those nerves?
That's right, but breathing is also super important for vocal projection and clarity.
So are we talking about speaking from the diaphragm, not just from the throat?
Exactly. Imagine that you're filling up your lungs with air and then letting that air really support your voice when you speak. It can give you more power, more resonance, and more stamina too.
So it's like we're powering up our voice. Okay, so far we've covered things like preparation, managing those pre-speech nerves, body language, and voice control. What else do we need to know to become truly confident public speakers?
One really important aspect that often gets overlooked is feedback.
Feedback. So you mean like asking my friends what they thought of my speech?
It can be as simple as that. But getting good constructive feedback can also come from mentors, colleagues, or even from audience members themselves.
But feedback can be kind of scary, can it? What if people don't like what they hear?
It's completely natural to feel a little apprehensive about getting feedback, but just remember, it's not about putting you down, it's about helping you grow and improve.
So how can we make sure that we're getting the most out of feedback, even if it's not all positive?
First of all, be open to it. Try to approach feedback with a growth mindset. That means understanding that it's an opportunity to learn and get better.
So no getting defensive or taking it personally.
Exactly. And be specific about what you want to know. Instead of just asking, how did I do? Try asking more targeted questions like, did my opening grab your attention? Was I clear enough? Or were my gestures distracting? The more specific you are, the more valuable that feedback will be.
Oh, I see. So it's almost like you're giving them a roadmap of what areas you want feedback on.
Precisely. And remember, feedback is not all created equal.
So some people are better at giving feedback than others.
That's right. It's really important to seek feedback from people that you trust. People who are experienced speakers themselves, who are good communicators, and who genuinely have your best interests at heart. And finally, don't let fear of feedback hold you back from practicing.
So it's this ongoing cycle. We practice, we get feedback, we learn and we grow, and then we practice some more. It's a journey, not a destination.
That's a really great way to think about it. Every time you step outside of your comfort zone and push yourself to speak up, you're building confidence and becoming a more powerful communicator.
This deep dive into public speaking has been amazing. I feel a lot more prepared to tackle my next presentation already.
Before we move on, did you want to touch on any final takeaways from that last point?
Oh yeah, I was just thinking about how important feedback is. It really is a gift, even when it's tough to hear.
Absolutely. It's how we grow, right?
Totally. So where were we? Oh, right, body language. Like, I know it's important, but I'm not always sure what to do with my body when I'm up there speaking.
Well, I'm happy to share some tips. First, remember that your body is always communicating, even when you're not saying a word.
So like, if I'm thinking, please let this be over, my audience can probably tell.
It's possible. That's why being intentional about your body language is key. Even if you're feeling nervous, you can project confidence through your posture, gestures, and facial expressions.
Okay, so how do we do that? What are some specific things we can focus on?
One of the simplest but most effective things is to just stand up straight. Shoulders back, head held high. It instantly conveys a sense of presence and authority.
Channel my inner superhero. Got it. What about eye contact? Is it better to sort of scan the room, or should I be trying to lock eyes with individuals?
Making eye contact is so important for connecting with your audience and building rapport. So instead of letting your eyes dart around nervously, try focusing on one person at a time for a few seconds, then shift to someone else. It makes your speech feel more like a conversation and less like you're just reciting something you memorized.
So it's about making those one-on-one connections, even if you're speaking to a big group. What about using my hands when I talk? I'm kind of a hand talker, good or bad?
Using gestures can be really effective for emphasizing points and adding energy to your delivery.
Okay, good. But is there a point where it becomes too much? Like, I don't want to look like I'm conducting an orchestra up there.
Of course. The key is to make sure your gestures are purposeful, not random. Think of them as an extension of your words, like an open palm can convey honesty, a pointed finger can add emphasis, and even just a well-timed hand movement can guide your audience's attention.
So it's about being deliberate, making sure those hand movements are actually enhancing the message and not just distracting from it. Makes sense. Any other body language tips we should keep in mind?
Oh, absolutely. A genuine smile can go a long way in creating a positive connection with your audience. It helps you appear more approachable, relatable, and even trustworthy. And speaking of trust, try to avoid crossing your arms.
Yeah, that just screams closed off, doesn't it?
It can. It can make you seem defensive, guarded, or just unapproachable.
Got it. So open body language, lots of eye contact, and a nice warm smile. Basically, we're trying to be the human version of a big, friendly hug, right?
I love that. Okay, moving on, let's talk about another crucial element of public speaking. Your voice. It's not just what you say, but how you say it that matters.
Oh man, the voice. This is a tough one for me. When I get nervous, I tend to talk a mile a minute, or sometimes I get all monotone and sound like a robot.
It's really common for people to fall into those vocal traps when they're feeling the pressure. But the good news is your voice is like an instrument that you can train and improve.
Okay, that's good to know. So how do we turn our everyday, regular voices into those powerful, engaging voices that we hear from like amazing public facers? What's the secret?
It all starts with awareness. Start paying attention to your pace, your pitch, and your tone. Are you rushing your words, speaking in a monotone? Once you start to notice those habits, you can start working on them.
Awareness check, but how do we actually change those habits? Like, are there specific exercises we can try?
Yes, one really simple but effective technique is to just practice reading aloud. Pick a passage from a book or an article and really focus on changing up your pace, pitch, and tone. Experiment with putting emphasis on different words or phrases.
So it's like giving my voice a little workout, right?
Exactly. And another good tip is to record yourself speaking and then listen back to it. I know. It can be a bit cringy to hear yourself, but it's one of the best ways to pinpoint areas where you can improve.
I can see that. It's like listening to yourself on a voicemail and thinking, wait, do I really sound like that?
Exactly. But that's how you learn and get better. And while we're talking about improving, let's talk about those little filler words that we all use. You know, those ums, likes, and you know.
Oh man, I am the king of ums. I try so hard to break the habit, but it's like they just pop out.
We all have our little vocal crutches. The important thing is to become aware of them and then make a conscious effort to replace those filler words with pauses.
Just be silent. Won't that make me seem like I forgot what I was going to say?
Not if you do it right. Well-placed pauses can actually make you sound more thoughtful, more confident, and even more persuasive. They give the audience time to process what you've said, and they can build a little bit of anticipation for what's coming next.
So it's about being strategic with those moments of silence. That's interesting. I'm willing to try it.
It might feel a little awkward at first, but it can make a big difference in how you come across. And here's another tip for you. Pay attention to your breathing.
Wait, didn't we already talk about breathing? You know, taking deep breaths to calm our nerves before a speech?
We did, but your breath is also super important for vocal projection and clarity.
So you mean speaking from the diaphragm, not just from my throat?
Exactly. Picture filling your lungs completely with air and then letting that air support your voice when you speak. It will give you more power, more resonance, and it will help you avoid getting vocally tired, too.
So it's like we're powering up our voices. Okay, so far we've covered things like prepping for a speech, managing those pre-speech jitters, body language, and controlling our voices. What else that we need to know to become truly confident public speakers?
One really critical aspect that I think is often overlooked is feedback.
Feedback. You mean like ask my buddies what they thought of my speech?
It can be as simple as that, but you can also get really valuable feedback from mentors, colleagues, and even audience members themselves.
I don't know, feedback can be scary. What if people just tell me they hated it?
It's totally natural to feel a little nervous about getting feedback, but remember that it's not about anyone trying to tear you down. It's about helping you grow and improve as a speaker.
Okay, so how can we make sure that we're getting the most helpful kind of feedback, even if it's not all sunshine and rainbows?
First, be open to it. Try to approach it with a growth mindset. That means going into it, understanding that it's a chance to learn and get better.
So basically, don't get defensive or take it personally.
Right, and it's also helpful to be specific in your requests. Instead of just saying, how did I do, ask more targeted questions, like, did my opening grab your attention? Or was I clear enough in my explanations? Or were my hand gestures too distracting? The more specific you are, the more useful that feedback will be.
So it's kind of like giving them a roadmap of what you want feedback on.
Exactly. And remember, not all feedback is created equal.
So you mean some people are better at giving feedback than others?
That's right. It's important to seek feedback from people you trust. People who are experienced speakers, who are good communicators themselves, and who, you know, have your best interests at heart. And finally, don't let fear of feedback prevent you from practicing and getting out there.
So it's this ongoing cycle, right? We practice, we get feedback, we learn and grow, then we practice some more. It's a journey, not a destination.
I love that. That's a great way to put it. And every time you step outside of your comfort zone and challenge yourself to speak up, you're building that confidence and becoming a more powerful communicator.
This has been a fantastic deep dive into public speaking. I honestly feel so much more equipped to tackle my next presentation now. But you know what? I've been going through all of this. It makes me realize that we often put so much pressure on ourselves to be perfect. But what really matters is connecting with the audience.
You know, I completely agree. Public speaking isn't about being perfect. It's about making that genuine connection with your audience and sharing your message with passion and clarity.
That takes so much pressure off, knowing it's not about delivering some flawless, robotic performance.
For sure. And you know what I think can really help with making those connections? Remembering the power of storytelling.
Oh yeah, stories are something that everyone can relate to. They draw you in, make you feel things, and they help you remember information much easier.
Exactly. Think about some of the most memorable presentations you've seen. They probably involved some kind of storytelling, whether it was a personal anecdote, a historical example, or maybe even a well-placed joke.
It's like giving your audience a reason to care, to see themselves in what you're saying.
Exactly. And stories don't have to be super long or complicated. Even just a short, simple story can have a really big impact.
So instead of just bombarding people with facts and figures, we should find ways to bring in those more human elements, those moments that make people laugh, nod their heads in agreement, or maybe even get a little emotional.
Precisely. And another way to really connect with your audience is through direct engagement. Ask them questions, invite their opinions, make them feel like they're part of the conversation.
So it's less about us being up there talking AT people and more about creating a dialogue.
Exactly. And even when you're not giving a formal presentation, these principles still apply.
Oh, you mean like in everyday conversation?
Yeah. Think about it when you're talking to someone. Are you more engaged when they're just lecturing at you, or when they're asking you questions, telling you stories, and making you feel like you're being heard?
When they're making me feel heard, for sure. That makes a huge difference.
It does. So whether you're giving a big presentation or just chatting with a friend, remember the power of connection. It's what makes communication truly meaningful.
This has been an amazing deep dive into public speaking. I feel like I've learned so much, and I hope you have too. So as we wrap things up, what's one small step that our listeners can take today to start building their public speaking confidence?
I would say think of a topic that you're really passionate about, something you could talk about for hours. Now, practice speaking about it for just a few minutes, even if it's just to yourself. Pay attention to your voice, your body language, and just get comfortable with the sound of your own voice, sharing something you love.
That's a great tip. A nice, simple step that can make a big difference. Well, there you have it, folks. Tips and tricks for building confidence in public speaking. Now go forth and speak your truth. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We'll catch you in the next deep dive.
And you know what? While we're talking about making those connections, I think it's important to remember that public speaking isn't just about those big, formal presentations.
Right. It's not always about standing on a stage with a microphone and a spotlight in your face.
Exactly. Public speaking skills are valuable in so many different situations.
So, like, even if someone's not dreaming of becoming a motivational speaker, this stuff is still important.
Oh, absolutely. Think about it. acing a job interview, giving a toast at a wedding, pitching a new business idea, or even just leading a team meeting at work. Those all have elements of public speaking in them.
So it's not just about formal presentations. It's really about being able to communicate effectively in any kind of group setting, right?
You got it. And developing these skills can have a really big impact on your overall success.
So we're talking about things like moving up in your career, becoming a more persuasive communicator, and even just boosting your overall confidence.
All of that and more. It's about learning to own your voice and feeling comfortable sharing your ideas with others.
I'm sold. And speaking of owning your voice, let's talk about something that can really make or break a speech. Body language. I've always heard it's super important, maybe even more important than our actual words.
It's true. Your body language is constantly sending out signals, and those signals can either support what you're saying or they can undermine your message.
So if I'm up there saying, I'm confident, I'm so excited to be here, but I'm hunched over, avoiding eye contact and fidgeting the whole time, people probably aren't going to believe me, right?
Probably not. That's why it's so important to be really aware of your body language from the moment you step in front of your audience.
Okay, so how do we do that? How do we project confidence even if we're feeling those butterflies in our stomach?
Well, one of the simplest things you can do is just to stand up straight, shoulders back, head held high. It instantly makes you look and feel more present and more authoritative.
Like I should channel my inner superhero. I like it. What about eye contact? Is it better to kind of scan the room, or should I be trying to really connect with individuals?
Making eye contact is so important for building rapport with your audience. So instead of letting your eyes dart around nervously, try to focus on one person at a time for just a few seconds, and then shift to someone else. It helps make your speech feel more like a conversation and less like a rehearsed monologue.
Oh, I see. So it's about making those little individual connections, even in a good group. What about hand gestures? I tend to move my hands around a lot when I'm talking. Good thing, bad thing. What do you think?
Using hand gestures can be a really good way to emphasize certain points and add energy to your delivery. But like everything, it's all about balance, right?
Right. So I guess there's a point where it becomes too much. Like I don't want to look like I'm conducting an orchestra up there.
Definitely. The key is to make sure that your gestures are purposeful. Don't just move your hands around randomly, but think about them as a way to extend what you're saying. Like an open palm can convey honesty, a pointed finger can add emphasis, or a well-timed hand movement can really guide your audience's attention.
So it's about being deliberate and making sure that your gestures are actually supporting your message, not distracting from it. Got it. Any other body language tips to keep in mind?
A genuine smile can go a long way in creating a positive connection with your audience. It makes you seem more approachable, relatable, and even more trustworthy. And speaking of trust, try to avoid crossing your arms. You know, that classic closed-off posture?
Oh, yeah. It's like putting up a wall between you and the audience, right?
It can make you seem defensive, guarded, or even a little bit unapproachable.
Got it. So open body language, lots of eye contact, a nice warm smile. I guess we're going for the human version of a big friendly hug, right?
I love that analogy. Now let's shift gears and talk about another super important part of public speaking, your voice. Because it's not just about what you say, but how you say it.
Oh man, this is a tough one for me. I tend to talk way too fast when I'm nervous, or sometimes I go totally monotone and sound like a robot.
It's really common to fall into those vocal traps when you're under pressure, but the good news is you can think of your voice as an instrument that you can train and refine.
Okay, so how do we turn our normal, everyday voices into those really powerful, engaging voices that we hear from amazing public speakers? What's the secret?
It all starts with awareness. Pay attention to your pace, your pitch, and your tone. Are you washing your words? Are you speaking in a monotone? Once you start to recognize those habits, you can start working on them.
Okay, awareness check. But how do we actually change those habits? Are there any vocal exercises we can do?
Of course. One really simple but effective exercise is to just practice reading out loud. Pick a passage from a book or an article and really focus on changing up your pace, your pitch, and your tone. Experiment with emphasizing different words or phrases.
So it's like giving my voice a little workout.
Exactly. And another good tip is to record yourself speaking and then listen back to it. I know it can be a little cringeworthy to listen to yourself, but it's really valuable for pinpointing those areas where you can improve.
Yeah, I can see that. It's like when you hear your voice on a voicemail message, you think, wait, do I really sound like that?
I know, right? But hey, that's how you get better. And speaking of getting better, let's talk about those little filler words that we all use, like, and, you know.
Oof, yes, those ums. I'm so bad about it. I keep trying to break that habit. It's like they just sneak out.
We all have our little vocal crutches. The important thing is to just become more aware of when you're using them and make a conscious effort to replace those filler words with pauses.
Just be silent. Won't that make me sound like I lost my train of thought?
Not at all. When they're done right, pauses can actually make you sound more thoughtful, more confident, and even more persuasive. They give your audience time to process what you've just said, and it builds a little anticipation for what you're going to say next.
Huh. So it's about being really intentional with those moments of silence. Interesting. I'm willing to give it a try.
It might feel a little bit strange at first, but it can make a really big difference. And here's one more tip. Pay attention to your breathing.
Wait, didn't we already talk about that? Deep breaths to calm our nerves.
We did, but breathing is also really important for vocal projection and clarity.
So you mean like speaking from my diaphragm, not just from my throat?
Exactly. Imagine filling your lungs completely with air and then letting that air really support your voice when you speak. It'll give you more power, it'll give you more resonance, and it'll also help you to avoid getting vocally tired.
So it's like we're powering up our voices. All right, so far we've talked about things like preparing for our speech, managing those pre-speech jitters, being aware of our body language, and getting control of our voices. Is there anything else we need to know to become really confident public speakers?
One more thing, and I think it's often overlooked. Getting feedback.
Feedback? You mean like asking my friends what they thought of my speech?
It could be that simple, but you can also get really great constructive feedback from mentors, from your colleagues, and even from the audience themselves.
I don't know. Feedback can be scary. What if people don't have nice things to say?
It's totally normal to feel a bit apprehensive about getting feedback, but remember, the goal isn't for anyone to criticize you or tear you down. It's about helping you grow as a speaker.
Okay, so how can we make sure that we're getting the most useful feedback possible, even if it's not all positive?
First of all, be open to it. Go into it with what we call a growth mindset, which means understanding that this feedback is a chance to learn and improve.
So don't get defensive or take it personally, right?
Right. And another helpful thing is to be very specific in what you're asking for. So instead of just saying, "How did I do?" ask more specific questions like, did my opening grab your attention? Or were my explanations clear enough? Or did my hand gesture seem distracting? The more specific you are, the more helpful that feedback will be.
So it's like I'm giving them a roadmap of what I want to hear their thoughts on.
Precisely. And one more thing to remember, not all feedback is created equal.
So you're saying some people are better at giving feedback than others?
Exactly. Try to seek out feedback from people you trust, people who are experienced speakers themselves, who are good communicators, and who you know genuinely have your best interests at heart. And last but not least, don't let fear of feedback stop you from practicing and getting out there.
So it's this constant cycle, right? We practice, we get feedback, we learn and we grow, and then we practice some more. It's a journey, not a destination.
That's such a good way to put it. And every time you push yourself to step outside of your comfort zone and speak up, you're building that confidence and becoming a stronger, more powerful communicator.
This has been a fantastic deep dive into public speaking. I honestly feel a lot more equipped to tackle my next presentation now. And what really stuck with me is that it's not about being perfect. It's about connection.
Absolutely. Connecting with your audience in a genuine way, sharing a message with passion, and just being yourself.
I love that. That takes so much of the pressure off. It's not about trying to deliver some kind of flawless robotic performance. It's about being human. And speaking of being human, I think one of the most powerful ways to connect with an audience is through storytelling.
Oh, for sure. Stories are a universal language. They draw us in, make us feel things, and help us remember information so much better than just dry facts and figures.
Right. It's like giving your audience a reason to care, to connect on a deeper level.
Exactly. Think about some of the most memorable presentations you've seen. Chances are they involved some kind of storytelling, whether it was a personal anecdote or a historical example, or maybe even just a well-timed joke.
Right. It's about bringing in those human elements, things that make people laugh, nod their heads in agreement, or maybe even get a little bit emotional.
Exactly. And another great way to connect with your audience is through direct engagement. Don't be afraid to ask them questions, invite their opinions, and make them feel like they're a part of the conversation.
So it's not about us just standing up there talking at people, but about creating more of a dialogue, right?
That's right. And these principles apply even when you're not giving a formal presentation.
So even in just like everyday conversations.
Absolutely. Think about it when you're talking to someone. Are you more engaged when they're just lecturing at you, or when they're asking you questions, telling you stories, and really making you feel heard?
I'm way more engaged when I feel heard. It makes such a big difference.
It really does. So whether you're giving a big presentation or just chatting with a friend, remember the power of connection. It's what makes communication truly meaningful.
This has been an awesome deep dive into public speaking. I feel like I've learned so much, and I hope you have too. So as we wrap things up, what's one small step our listeners can take today to start building their public speaking confidence?
I'd say Think of a topic you're really passionate about, something that you could talk about for hours. Now, practice speaking about that topic for a few minutes. It doesn't have to be in front of an audience. You can just talk to yourself. But pay attention to your voice, pay attention to your body language, and just get comfortable with the sound of your own voice sharing something you love.
That's great advice. A small step, but it can make a big difference. Well, there you have it, folks. Tips and tricks for building confidence in public speaking. Now go forth and speak your truth. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We'll catch you on the next deep dive. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike. And today we're diving deep into describing different cultures in English with Sarah.
It's gonna be fun.
It is, yeah. And this deep dive is perfect for anyone looking to expand their vocabulary and understanding of the world.
Sure, for sure.
So
we're going beyond simple adjectives today.
Yeah.
We're going to uncover some really powerful vocabulary that can help you paint a vivid picture of a culture's unique identity.
I love that.
From those ancient traditions
Yeah.
to modern day festivals and everything in between.
Yeah, speaking of pictures, one of the words that really stood out to me was ancient. It's not just about age, is it? It evokes this sense of history and tradition that runs deep.
Absolutely. Describing a culture as ancient really does emphasize the weight of its past.
Yeah.
And it's this reminder that their present is built on centuries, sometimes millennia, of shared experiences and beliefs.
That's such a crucial point because it helps us avoid judging a culture based solely on our modern perspective.
Exactly.
We can start to see their customs and practices as part of a much larger, richer tapestry.
And just like a tapestry, cultures can be colorful in so many ways.
Yes.
Not just literally in terms of their clothing or art, but also figuratively. Colorful implies vibrancy, a sense of energy and life that's captivating.
Oh, I completely agree. Like when you think of a Spanish festival like La Tomatina, where everyone's throwing tomatoes at each other, you can't help but picture that explosion of color and energy.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a dull affair.
It certainly sounds lively. And that brings us to another interesting word, fascinating.
Yeah.
When something is fascinating, it draws you in.
Right.
It makes you want to learn more. It suggests a depth that goes beyond superficial observation.
It's that aha moment, right?
Yes.
When you discover something unexpected and intriguing about another culture.
Right.
It's what keeps us curious and engaged.
But cultural exploration isn't always about sunshine and festivals. Sometimes we encounter elements that might be considered old-fashioned.
Right.
This doesn't necessarily mean bad, but it highlights areas where a culture's values might clash with more modern viewpoints.
It's like when you revisit your hometown after being away for a while. Some things feel comfortingly familiar.
Yeah.
While others seem stuck in the past.
That sense of familiarity can be a powerful way to describe a culture, too.
Yeah.
It adopes a feeling of belonging, shared understanding,
Yeah.
and a connection to something larger than ourselves.
I think we all crave that feeling of belonging in some way. But it's also important to recognize that cultures are rarely monolithic.
Right.
The words varied and eclectic really stood out to me because they emphasize the diversity and complexity within a culture.
Indeed. Varied suggests a multitude of perspectives, beliefs, and practices within a single cultural group.
Right.
And eclectic implies that a culture has been shaped by a fusion of different influences over time.
It's like the United States often described as a melting pot. You have this incredible mix of traditions, languages, and cuisines, all contributing to American culture.
Exactly, and that blend of influences is constantly evolving, making it even more crucial to go beyond general descriptions and really delve into the specifics of what makes each culture unique.
Absolutely. It's about understanding the why behind the what.
Yes.
For example, the word caring popped up a few times. It suggests a culture that prioritizes relationships and the well-being of its people.
Indeed. It speaks to the values that underpin a culture. A caring culture might emphasize community empathy and support for one another.
Like in many indigenous cultures, where there's a strong emphasis on elders and a deep respect for the interconnectedness of all living things. That level of care and consideration is deeply moving.
It is. And closely related to caring is supportive,
Right.
which emphasizes a sense of community and shared goals. It suggests a culture where people work together for the collective good.
It's like how in many Mediterranean cultures, family is paramount.
Yes.
There's a strong sense of responsibility towards one another.
Right.
And everyone pitches in to help
It really speaks to the strength of their social fabric. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you might encounter cultures that are described as mysterious.
Yeah.
This doesn't mean they're inherently secretive, but it suggests a certain level of intrigue or unfamiliarity.
It's like those ancient cultures shrouded in myths and legends.
Right.
Their customs and beliefs might seem enigmatic or difficult to grasp from an outsider's perspective, prompting us to dig deeper and uncover their hidden meanings.
It's fascinating, isn't it?
It is.
Even in our hyper-connected world, there are still pockets of cultural mystery waiting to be explored.
Yeah.
And that's what makes this journey of language and cultural discovery so captivating.
It definitely is. Now, as we've been talking about all these powerful words, I'm curious, what words resonate most with you when you think about describing different cultures?
That's a great question. For me, the word fusion holds particular significance. It speaks to the dynamic interplay between cultures, how they're constantly evolving and blending with each other.
I love that. It's like how fusion cuisine takes elements from different culinary traditions and creates something entirely new and exciting.
Precisely. And it's not just limited to food. We see fusion in art, music, fashion.
Yeah.
It's this ongoing process of cultural exchange and innovation.
Speaking of food, one of the things that really fascinated me was the concept of gastronomy. It's not just about eating to survive, it's about savoring flavors, appreciating culinary artistry. It elevates food to a whole new level.
Absolutely. Gastronomy suggests a culture that values the art of preparing and enjoying good food.
Yeah.
It's about the whole experience, the ingredients, the techniques, the presentation,
Right.
the social aspects of dining.
It's like those cultures where meals are a celebration, a time to connect with loved ones and savor the richness of their culinary heritage.
And often those traditions center around specific delicacies,
Yeah.
those unique dishes that embody a culture's culinary identity.
Oh, for sure. Like when you think of Japan, sushi often comes to mind. Or in France, it might be escargot. They're those iconic foods that represent a culture's culinary heritage.
And speaking of cultural identity, one of the things that struck me was how Switzerland, being at the crossroads of so many European cultures, exhibits this remarkable diversity in its traditions and customs.
Yeah, it's like a cultural tapestry woven from threads of various European influences. You can see it in their languages, their architecture, their cuisine. It's a fascinating blend of the old and the new.
It's a testament of how geography can shape cultural identity.
Right.
Switzerland's location at the heart of Europe has made it a melting pot of different traditions,
Right.
resulting in a unique cultural landscape.
And it makes you wonder how those different influences have shaped the Swiss identity over time. Have they managed to preserve their own distinct traditions while also embracing elements from their neighbors? It's a fascinating question to ponder.
It is, and it highlights the dynamic nature of culture. It's
Yeah.
not static. It's constantly evolving and adapting.
You know, one thing that really struck me as we've been discussing these different cultures is the power of language itself. It's like a window into a culture's soul, revealing their unique ways of thinking and expressing themselves.
Absolutely. Language is more than just a tool for communication.
Right.
It's a reflection of a culture's values, beliefs, and worldview.
Like the way certain cultures have specific words or phrases that don't have direct translations in other languages.
Yes.
It shows how language is deeply intertwined with cultural context.
Exactly. And it reminds us that there's no one right way to speak a language.
Right.
There are all these beautiful variations that reflect the diversity of human experience.
It's about embracing those nuances and appreciating the richness they bring to our understanding of different cultures. Like Singlish, a blend of Singaporean and English, is a great example of how language adapts to a particular cultural setting.
It's a fascinating example of how language evolves within a specific cultural context. It's like a linguistic fingerprint unique to that culture.
And it shows how language is a living, breathing thing, constantly changing and adapting to the needs of its speakers. Speaking of expressing oneself, we can't forget about the role of music and dance in understanding different cultures. The source material mentioned everything from folk music to ballet to opera, such a diverse range of expression.
Absolutely. Music and dance are universal languages that transcend words. They allow us to connect with a culture's emotions, stories, and history on a visceral level.
It's like when you hear a soulful blues song from the American South, you can almost feel the weight of history.
Yes.
The struggles and triumphs of the people who created that music. And when you watch a vibrant flamenco performance in Spain, you're witnessing a centuries-old tradition that expresses passion, pride, and cultural identity. It's amazing how these art forms can transcend language barriers and connect us on a deeper level. They tap into something universal within us,
Right.
something that resonates with our shared humanity.
Precisely. They speak to the common threads that bind us together despite our cultural differences.
Now, as we've been exploring in all these different aspects of culture, it's clear that it's a complex and multifaceted topic. What are some of the challenges you've encountered in trying to understand, like, describe different cultures? I think one of the biggest challenges is avoiding those stereotypical generalizations. It's easy to fall into the trap of oversimplifying a culture,
Oh, yeah.
but that rarely captures its true essence.
It's so true. Every culture is this rich tapestry of diverse perspectives,
Yeah.
beliefs, and ways of life. We can't assume that everyone within a cultural group thinks or behaves the same way.
So how do we avoid those pitfalls? What are some tips for describing cultures in a way that's both insightful and respectful?
One key is to focus on specific details and examples rather than making broad, sweeping statements.
Okay, so instead of saying, like,
Yeah.
people in this culture are very hospitable,
Right.
you could share a personal anecdote, like, when I visited this country, I was struck by how warmly I was welcomed. People went out of their way to make me feel comfortable, offering me tea, sharing stories, even inviting me to join their family for dinner.
Yes, those specific details create a much richer, more nuanced picture than any general statement could.
Right?
It shows you've actually engaged with the culture on a personal level.
It's about showing rather than just telling, right?
Exactly.
Painting that vivid picture with words.
And another crucial tip is to be mindful of our own biases and assumptions.
Yeah.
We all come to the table with our own cultural lens,
Yeah.
and that can shape our perceptions without us even realizing it.
It's tough to acknowledge those biases, but it's so important.
It is.
We have to recognize that our way of seeing the world isn't the only way.
Absolutely. It's about approaching other cultures with humility and a willingness to learn, to recognize that there's always more to discover, more to understand.
It's a journey, not a destination, and that makes it all the more exciting. As we wrap up this incredible deep dive, what key takeaways would you like our listeners to remember?
I think the most important takeaway is that language is a powerful tool for understanding and appreciating different cultures, but it's not just about memorizing vocabulary.
Right.
It's about using those words thoughtfully, respectfully, and with a genuine desire to connect.
It's about building bridges of understanding, not walls of division. Recognizing our shared humanity while also celebrating the beautiful tapestry of cultures that make our world so vibrant.
Beautifully put. The more we learn about other cultures, the more we enrich our own lives and expand our understanding of what it means to be human.
Well said. Well, that brings us to the end of our deep dive into describing different cultures in English. Thank you so much for joining me today, Sarah. It's been an absolute pleasure.
The pleasure was all mine, Mike. I always enjoy these insightful conversations.
And to all our wonderful listeners out there, if you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more fascinating explorations into the world of language. Until next time, happy exploring. Hello, and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and today we're going to be doing something really fun. We're going to be diving into travel conversations.
Sounds fun.
It is fun. And you know what I thought about, when we were thinking about what we wanted to deep dive into today? I was like, who better to talk about travel than someone who loves to travel?
That's me.
And that's Sarah, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Sarah's here with us to help unpack a conversation between two friends, Emma and Liam.
Yeah, and they had some pretty awesome trips recently.
They did. They went all over the place. But before we even get to where they went, it's important to think about why we're even doing this, right?
Right.
What's in it for the listener? Why should they care?
Well, I think it's a fantastic way to pick up new vocabulary and phrases related to travel, but also to understand how people actually talk about their experiences, like the food they tried, the places they saw, the people they met,
Right.
even their future plans.
I love that.
It's like you're getting some English practice.
I love that.
Yes. While virtually traveling with them.
It's like you're eavesdropping on their conversation.
Exactly.
Okay. So let's unpack this journey, shall we?
Let's do it.
Emma went to Italy.
Classic
Rome, Florence, Venice. And, everybody thinks about Italy and they think about
food, pizza, pasta, wine.
Yes, but
wine.
she wasn't just there for the pizza and pasta.
No, she definitely indulged.
She indulged, yes.
Yeah.
She really got into the historical side of Rome.
Oh, that's awesome.
Talking about the Colosseum, the Roman Forum, even the Vatican.
Yeah, it's really interesting how she describes it, actually.
Oh, so.
She said it felt like walking through a history book.
Wow.
Which I think is a brilliant analogy.
It is.
And shows how she wasn't just passively seeing things, but she was connecting them to what she already knew.
Right.
And that's such a great tip for language learners, too. Relate those new words and experiences back to your existing knowledge. It helps you remember it better.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where it gets really interesting for me.
Okay.
The food talk.
All right.
Emma went deep into the pizza in Naples, the pasta in Florence.
Oh my gosh.
Now I'm hungry just thinking about it.
Yeah, me too.
But it's not just about the food names, right?
No, it's not just about the name.
It's how she describes the tastes, the atmosphere, the whole experience.
Right, and that's key for really understanding a language.
Exactly.
It's not just about the dictionary definition.
Yes.
It's about the feeling, the context, the emotion.
All of it.
Yeah, Emma even mentions how Italians are so passionate when they talk.
Oh, yeah.
Especially about food.
Especially about food.
It makes you want to be part of that conversation, even if you're just listening in.
I know.
I feel like you're right there with her.
Right there at the table with her.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay.
Time to switch continents.
All right.
Liam went to Japan, Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka.
Nice.
And of course, he had his own culinary adventures.
Of course.
Sushi at the Tsukiji Fish Market.
Wow.
Ramen tempura, even okonomiyaki.
That's impressive.
I know.
I still haven't tried that one.
You gotta try it.
I know it's on my list.
And he even tried to use some basic Japanese phrases.
That's awesome.
Which is always
impressive.
Impressive.
It shows that he's putting in the effort.
Yes.
And, even if your pronunciation isn't perfect,
Right.
making that effort shows respect.
He does.
And it can lead to really rewarding interactions.
I think so too.
Liam mentioned that while English was spoken in most of the tourist areas he went to,
Yeah.
trying to speak a bit of Japanese really opened doors for him.
It makes sense.
It showed he was genuinely trying to connect with the culture.
Yeah, for her.
Yeah.
So both Emma and Liam,
Yeah.
they both faced that language barrier.
Yeah, they did.
They could have stuck to English.
Easy option.
The easy option, but they went a bit further.
They did. They pushed themselves.
They did.
Yeah.
And that's got to be encouraging.
For sure.
For anyone listening who's a bit nervous about using their English in the real world.
Absolutely. And, it's not about being fluent overnight. It's about taking those small steps.
Little things.
Like learning basic greetings or phrases related to your interests.
I love it.
Like Liam focused on food,
Yeah.
which is a great starting point because everybody eats.
Everybody eats.
Yeah. It's a universal language in itself.
It is the universal language.
Yeah.
Speaking of differences,
Yeah.
Liam really picked up on the contrast between Italian and Japanese culture.
Oh, yeah? How so?
He talks about how Italians are very expressive, using lots of hand gestures.
Right.
While in Japan, politeness and respect are paramount.
Yeah.
Like taking off your shoes before entering homes.
Big difference. Yeah.
Huge cultural difference.
Yeah. It's fascinating how travel can highlight these cultural nuances, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
And that's something we can all learn from, whether we're actually traveling or just interacting with people from different backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Being aware of these differences really helps us communicate more effectively and avoid misunderstanding.
I think that's a perfect segue into the next part of their conversation.
Okay, I'm ready. Because they both caught the travel bug.
Yeah.
Their adventures had them thinking about future trips.
Oh, yeah.
They were just bouncing ideas off each other.
It was great. Liam's interested in South Korea, particularly Seoul.
Yeah.
He's heard great things about the city. The food wants to see those famous cherry blossoms in person.
Oh, wow. Beautiful.
Yeah. And it's like he's already planning his language learning around it.
I love that.
Focusing on what he wants to experience.
Yeah. That's such a great approach.
It is.
And it shows how travel can motivate language learning.
For sure.
It gives you a specific goal, a reason to communicate.
It does.
Bema, on the other hand,
Yes.
she's dreaming of the Greek islands.
Oh, yeah.
Especially Santorini and Mykonos.
Beautiful.
Stunning landscapes, delicious food.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't be?
Sun seaside.
Exactly.
But what struck me was that they weren't just listing places.
Right.
They were talking about the feeling of being there.
I love that.
Like Emma talked about wanting to relax on the beach, read a book, just soak in the atmosphere.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and Liam was all about trying new things, pushing his comfort zone a bit.
Yeah, and that's a great point to bring up. It's not just about the wheres, it's about the why of travel.
The why.
Yeah, what are you looking for,
Yeah.
Relaxation, adventure, cultural immersion.
Yeah.
And when you define that, you connect more deeply with the experience.
Makes sense.
And that can make your language learning even more meaningful.
For sure, for sure. They also talked about souvenirs,
Oh, fun.
which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
Liam brought back a kimono matcha tea, some gifts for his family from Japan.
Oh, nice.
Emma got a leather bag in Florence, some ceramics from Venice,
Love it.
and of course a bit of Italian wine.
Of course you got it.
Have to.
Have to.
When in Rome, right?
Exactly.
Or Florence or Venice.
When in Italy.
Yeah.
But souvenirs.
Yeah.
It can be powerful reminders of a trip.
They're not just objects,
Yeah.
They're like little anchors to memory.
Yeah.
Looking at them can bring back all those sights and sounds, even smells.
The smells.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Like a mini time capsule of your experience.
It's funny because they both admitted to taking tons of photos.
Oh, yeah.
But Liam mentioned something important.
Okay.
He said that in Japan, he got so caught up in getting the perfect picture
Oh, yeah.
that he sometimes forgot to just be present
Oh, I've been there.
in the moment.
Yeah.
You know? It's so easy to fall into that trap.
It is.
Especially these days with social media, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But as Liam learned, there's a balance to be struck.
Right.
Taking pictures is great for preserving those memories.
Yeah.
But sometimes you need to put the camera down
Right.
and gauge all your senses and just let the experience wash over you.
Be in the moment.
Exactly.
Think about how that relates to language learning, too.
Okay, how so?
If you're constantly translating in your head
Right.
or worrying about making mistakes,
Yeah.
you miss the natural flow of conversation.
Yeah, it's like being so focused on capturing the perfect photo
Yeah.
that you miss the beauty of the sunset.
Exactly. It's about letting go of that perfectionism and allowing yourself to be immersed in the experience.
Yeah.
Whether you're navigating a foreign city or having a conversation in another language.
I love that analogy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So to wrap up Emma and Liam's conversation,
Okay.
they're already brainstormed about a trip they could take together. They haven't decided on a destination yet,
Right.
but the excitement is there.
The excitement is that that's all that matters at this point, right?
That's what it's all about.
Yeah. That shared enthusiasm is contagious, isn't it?
It is.
And it just goes to show that travel is more than just ticking off destinations on a bucket list.
It's more than that.
Yeah, it's about connecting with people, experiencing new cultures, and creating memories that will last a lifetime.
Yeah.
And those experiences, they can enrich your language learning journey.
They can, absolutely. But before we wrap up our dip dive,
Okay.
I want to turn it over to you, the listener. Think about your own travel experiences.
Yeah.
Where have you been? What surprised you? What did you learn? Not just about the place, but about yourself.
I love that.
Maybe you had an Emma moment where you connected with history in a way you didn't expect.
Right.
Or maybe you were, like Liam, eager to try every new food you were fine.
Yeah, or maybe you discovered a hidden gem.
Oh, yeah.
That wasn't in any guidebook.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Those are the best.
Yeah, those unexpected adventures.
And how did language play a role in those experiences?
Right.
Did you try speaking the local language even a little?
Even just a few words.
Yeah. Did you pick up any new words or phrases just by listening to others?
It happens all the time.
Yeah,
Just absorb it.
You do. You just kind of soak it up.
Yeah.
Even if you haven't traveled abroad.
Yeah.
Think about those moments when you encountered something new and different,
Okay.
right here in your own city or town.
Right in your backyard.
That sense of discovery, of stepping outside your comfort zone,
Yeah.
that's what fuels language learning too.
It is. It's all about embracing the unknown.
We often think of language as something we study from a textbook,
Right.
but it's so much more than that.
It is.
It's a living, breathing thing that connects us to different cultures.
Different perspectives, different ways of seeing the world.
And as we've seen with Emma and Liam, even just listening to others talk about their travel adventures
Yeah,
can spark our own curiosity,
absolutely.
motivate us to learn,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe even inspire us to plan our next adventure.
I hope so.
It's been fantastic diving into this conversation with you today, Sarah.
Thanks, Mike. I feel like I've learned a lot.
I feel like I've learned a lot, not just about travel and the language,
Mm-hmm.
but about how they intertwine.
They really do.
The pleasure was all mine, Sarah. I always enjoy exploring these connections with our listeners.
Likewise.
And speaking of our amazing listeners,
Yes.
we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
What resonated with you most from Emma and Liam's conversation?
Mm-hmm.
What are your own travel dreams or language learning goals?
What are you hoping to explore?
Leave a comment below,
Yes.
and let's keep the conversation going.
Let's keep talking about travel.
And of course, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel for more deep dives on English language learning.
We'll see you next time.
Until next time, happy travels and happy learning. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and wow, are we in for a treat today? We're diving deep into something I think we all want more of in our lives, those amazing, supportive, truly fulfilling friendships. And to help us get there, we've got the incredible Sarah joining us.
So happy to be here, Mike. You know, we talk a lot about romantic relationships, but friendships, they're really the key to a longer, healthier, and happier life, wouldn't you say?
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just like a warm, fuzzy feeling. There's actual science behind it. Studies show that having strong social connections can actually cut our risk of dying early by like 50%. It's basically having this built-in team to help you through all of life's craziness.
It really is. And what's so cool is that those benefits, they're not just for your mental health. Having close friends, it actually helps your physical health too, you know? Less stress, a stronger immune system. It even helps you bounce back faster when you do get sick.
You know, it's funny. We kind of take friendships for granted sometimes. But seriously, think about it. Who do you turn to when you're celebrating something awesome? Or when you just need a shoulder to cry on? It's those friends, right? The ones who really matter.
It is those people. But I think it's important to separate those casual friends, the people you just kind of know from those true friends. Because a true friend, they're not just someone who's fun to be around. They actually care about how you're doing and want the best for you.
Okay, so how can we tell the difference? What makes those ride or die friends so special?
Well, one of the biggest things is that they're genuinely interested in you, It's not about waiting for their turn to talk, but actually wanting to hear about your hopes, your dream, even the stuff you're kind of afraid to share. It's about feeling like they see you, accept you for who you really are, quirks and all.
I get it. It's like they're your biggest cheerleader, but they're also not afraid to call you out when you're messing up, right?
Exactly. Being able to be vulnerable in them without feeling judged, because opening up is scary, let's be honest. But research shows that sharing those personal struggles with a close friend, it actually makes the bond stronger.
You know what? I can totally relate to that. When I moved to a new city, I felt so lost, But then I started hanging out with people from this hiking group and talking about our lives while we were out in nature. It really helped us become close friends fast.
There you go. That's a great example of how doing things together, sharing those experiences, it just creates this deeper connection, wouldn't you say?
For sure. So we know these true friends are super valuable, and being vulnerable helps build those bonds. But the big question is, how do we actually find these amazing people? It can feel pretty intimidating, right? Like, where do you even start?
You're telling me this whole modern world, it can make it harder to find those deep connections. But the good news is, it's not about luck. It's about making a conscious effort.
So we can't just sit back and hope for the best?
Nope. You gotta put yourself out there. Now, I know that might sound scary, but it doesn't mean you have to transform into this super social butterfly overnight.
So baby steps are okay.
Totally. Start small. If you're more on the quiet side, maybe just reconnect with an old friend. That could be a great first step. If you're naturally outgoing, just, pay attention to those moments when you feel a connection with someone. And then take a chance. See if you can turn it into something more.
That takes some pressure off. It's like recognizing those little sparks and then doing something to fan the flames. Right.
I like that. And the important thing is to be yourself, Authenticity, that's what attracts the right people. Share your real interests. Don't try to be someone you're not.
So be yourself, be open to trying new things, and take the initiative. Got it. But let's be real. Sometimes it feels awkward, putting yourself out there. Any advice on how to make it less, cringy?
You know what really helps? Being genuinely curious about other people. Ask questions, listen to their answers, and give them space to talk about themselves. Because let's be honest, people love talking about themselves, right? It makes them feel heard.
Oh, you know what? That reminds me of this thing I read. It said that talking about yourself, it actually activates the same pleasure centers in your brain as food. And get this, sex. So no wonder people enjoy it so much.
You're kidding. So asking questions and being a good listener, it's actually beneficial for both people. Win-win.
That's amazing. So be ourselves, be curious, look for those activities we can share with others. Those are great starting points. But what else can we do to, level up our friend-making game?
Sometimes it's those small, everyday moments that can make a difference. That smile you give a stranger, chatting with the barista, giving someone a genuine compliment, those little acts of kindness, they make you more approachable and might just open the door to a new connection.
I love that. It's like planting little seeds of connection everywhere we go. You never know what might grow.
Right, and sometimes those seeds, they sprout in the most unexpected places. I read this story about a guy who was new in town and felt super lonely, so he decided to walk his neighbor's dog. And that simple act, it led to him meeting all these new people and forming some really great friendships.
Wow, that's a great reminder that even the smallest actions can have huge results. It all starts with taking that first step, doesn't it?
It totally does. And once you've made those first connections, the real magic happens when you start nurturing those bonds. That's how we turn those acquaintances into true, lasting friendships.
Okay, so we've talked about why friends are so important, how to spot a true friend, and some ways to meet new people. But what about keeping those friendships strong, especially when life gets super busy? I feel like that's where things get tricky.
It definitely is. Life throws a lot our way, but don't worry, we've got you covered. When we come back, we're going to dive into the art of nurturing those friendships, so they don't just survive, but they actually thrive, even when things are crazy. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Learn English Lab. We're right in the middle of our deep dive into building those awesome friendships that make life better, more fun, and hey, We even learned they can make you healthier.
I'm so glad to be back, Mike. We've done some great work, right? Figuring out why friends are so important and how to start those first connections. But now let's switch gears a bit and talk about how to make those friendships last. That's the real challenge sometimes, wouldn't you say?
I think so. I mean, it's like anything you value, your garden, your car, heck, even a comfy pair of shoes. Got to give them some love and attention if you want them to stay in good shape.
Oh, I love that analogy because it's so true. Friendships, they're like any relationship. They need to be nurtured. Life gets in the way, we get busy, but those little things you do consistently, that's what really matters in keeping those bonds strong.
So give us the goods. What are some practical tips to make sure we're not accidentally ghosting our friends, even when our schedules are packed?
Okay, well, first off, regular check-ins, those are huge. And it doesn't have to be a big deal. Just a quick text to say, hey, thinking of you. Or a voice note sharing something funny that happened. Or even just calling them up out of the blue to see how their week's going. It shows you care even when you're swamped.
Yeah, it's like saying, hey, you're still on my mind, even with all this craziness going on.
Exactly. Yeah. And don't forget about fun. Make time for those things we both enjoy, whether it's trying that new ramen place everyone's talking about, going to a concert, or even just having a movie night at home. Whatever floats your boat, it shows you're making the friendship a priority.
Makes sense. It's like actually putting it in your calendar, like you would a work meeting, but way more fun.
Exactly. And here's one that I think people often forget. Express appreciation. Those little acts of coldness, remembering what's important to them, actually telling them how much you value their friendship, that stuff goes a long way.
I know. It's funny how we just assume our friends know how we feel, but honestly, hearing those words out loud, it really can make all the difference. Like, I know when I get a heartfelt note from a friend, just appreciating something specific they see in me, it totally makes my day.
Doesn't it? Those little affirmations, they're so powerful. And it reminds me of the study I read. It showed that even small, unexpected gifts, like bringing your friend their favorite coffee or surprising them with a book you think they'd like, it can really strengthen that bond and make them feel super valued.
I love that. Those little I get you gestures, they mean so much. And speaking of going the extra mile, one of the articles we shared for this deep dive told this great story about two friends who lived in different countries. And they had this tradition of sending each other postcards whenever they traveled. Such a small thing, but those postcards, they became this symbol of their lasting friendship.
It's so true. Even when you're miles apart, those little efforts, they bridge the gap and show your friend they're important to you.
So we've got these awesome tools for keeping your friendship strong, those check-ins, fun times, expressing appreciation. But let's be real for a second. Even in the best friendships, disagreements happen, right? And can healthy friendships really survive those conflicts? Because honestly, sometimes it feels like walking on eggshells.
It's true. Disagreements are bound to happen in any close relationship. And healthy friendships, they're not about avoiding conflict altogether. It's about learning how to deal with it in a way that's actually constructive. Believe it or not, it can actually make the bond stronger if you handle it right.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I'm picturing those epic friend breakups you see in movies, and that's not exactly inspiring.
Right, but think about it. Haven't you had those arguments with friends where, even though it was tough in the moment, talking it through actually made your friendship stronger in the end?
Oh, totally. Like this one time, my friend and I had totally different ideas for a trip we were planning. We were both being super stubborn. But after some honest conversations, well, maybe a slightly heated debate, we actually found a compromise that worked for both of us. And you know what? Looking back, the trip itself was amazing, but what I really remember is how we learned to work through those differences.
That's it. That's a perfect example of healthy conflict resolution. It's about communicating respectfully, taking responsibility for your part, and really trying to understand each other's point of view instead of just trying to win the argument.
So it's less about being right and more about finding a solution that everyone can live with.
Exactly. And remember, sometimes it's okay to agree to disagree. Not every conflict needs a neat little resolution. The most important thing is to maintain that mutual respect and a willingness to move forward together.
This is great. We've talked about making those bonds stronger and handling those disagreements like champs. But there's another part of friendship that I think can be hard to talk about, What happens when friendships just naturally drift apart? It's like that elephant in the room no one wants to acknowledge.
It is. It's one of those bittersweet things about friendship. But you know what? Sometimes it's perfectly normal for friendships to change and evolve. People grow, our lives change, and it doesn't mean anyone did anything wrong.
I think we put this pressure on ourselves to hold on to every friendship we've ever had. But it's like trying to squeeze into a pair of shoes that don't fit anymore. It's just not comfortable.
You nailed it. And forcing a connection that's not really there anymore, it's not authentic, it's not good for either person. It's okay to recognize that some friendships have a season, and that's all right. It doesn't take away from the value of the time you shared.
It's like those different chapters in a book, right? Some are full of action, some are more thoughtful and quiet, but they all make up the whole story.
Exactly, and by letting go of those friendships that aren't serving us anymore, it actually makes space for new connections to come into our lives. Connections that might be a much better fit for who we are now.
I like that. It's freeing in a way, right? Like giving yourself permission to go with the flow of friendships.
That's the spirit. And with that, I think we've covered a lot of ground today, wouldn't you say? We've explored how to nurture those friendships, how to handle those tricky disagreements, and even how to let go when it's time. Are you ready to move on to our last part, Mike, where we'll give our listeners some concrete things they can do to put all this into practice?
Welcome back to the Learn English Lab. It's been quite a journey, wouldn't you say? Exploring all the ins and outs of friendships. We've talked about the science behind why they're so good for us, the things that make a true friend stand out, how to make those bonds even stronger, and yeah, even how to deal with those, let's face it, inevitable disagreements that pop up sometimes.
It has been quite the journey. And now for the grand finale, we're going to give you some practical tools you can actually use to build and maintain those amazing connections. We've got all this knowledge, but what good is it if we don't know what to do with it, right?
It's like having a fancy new kitchen gadget, but no clue how to turn the darn thing on. So let's break it down. Where can our listeners start to actually put all these insights into action?
Well, we talked about putting ourselves out there, but let's get down to brass tacks. It really starts with being aware of what you're interested in, you know? Think about those passions, your hobbies, the things you've always wanted to try but haven't gotten around to yet.
Okay, so like if I've always wanted to learn how to play the ukulele, I shouldn't just dream about it. I should actually sign up for a class.
You got it. Or maybe you're a totally bookworm. Joining a book club, that could be a great way to meet people who love reading just as much as you do. The point is, you got to create those opportunities to connect with people who share your passions.
Makes sense. It's all about finding your tribe, right?
Exactly. Having those shared interests, it just gives you something to talk about naturally, helps you build that connection. And don't limit yourself to just one thing. The more you explore, the more chances you have to meet people you really click with.
So like diversify our social portfolio.
I like it. And if the idea of like walking into a room full of strangers makes you want to hide, there are other ways to connect online communities, forums, Facebook groups. Those can be a less intimidating way to start, especially if you're more on the introverted side.
That's good to know. It takes the pressure off, right?
For sure. And honestly, you never know where those meaningful connections are going to come from. I read this story about this woman who started volunteering at an animal shelter, and she ended up becoming really close friends with the other volunteers. That shared love for animals, it turned into something really special.
That's so cool. It just goes to show even those unexpected places can lead to amazing friendships. Got to be open to those possibilities.
Right. And volunteering in general, it's a fantastic way to give back and meet people who care about the same things you do, Whether it's a food bank, mentoring kids, environmental stuff, there's something for everyone.
Awesome. So you found something you enjoy doing, you're putting yourself out there, and you've met some cool people. Now what? How do you go from like those initial hellos to a real solid friendship?
That's where all that nurturing stuff comes in. We talked about those regular check-ins, scheduling fun things to do together. But it's more than that. It's about being genuine, being the kind of friend you'd want to have.
So like, treat others how you want to be treated. The golden rule of friendship.
Pretty much. Be a good listener, be there for them when they're going through tough times, celebrate their successes like they're your own. Remember those important dates and milestones, all those little things, they show you really care about the friendship.
It's funny how those little things can make such a big difference, right? Like, I remember this one time, a friend brought me my favorite takeout after I had a really rough week. It wasn't anything crazy, but it meant the world to me because it showed they were paying attention and actually cared about how I was feeling.
Exactly. Those small acts of kindness, they say a lot. They show your friend that there was just some afterthought, when you're busy with everything else.
It's like saying, hey, you matter to me even when life's chaotic. But speaking of chaotic, how do we manage to make time for friends when we've got work, family, all that stuff going on? It's a constant battle.
Oh, I know. You got to be intentional about it, But one thing that can help is trying to include your friends in your everyday routines instead of always trying to plan these big elaborate outings. Invite a friend to join you for your morning walk or suggest trying a new workout class together,
So find those pockets of time and be creative with how we connect.
That's it. Doesn't have to be a big production every time. Even just grabbing coffee or a quick phone call can do wonders for staying connected.
Makes sense. It all adds up, right? Those little moments keep the friendship going. But even with the best intentions, sometimes disagreements are going to happen. We talked about navigating those conflicts. Any other tips for dealing with those tricky situations?
You know, the key is to approach those conflicts wanting to understand, not to blame, Check your ego at the door and really listen to what the other person is saying.
So it's a we're in this together kind of thing, not you versus me.
Exactly. And communicate. Don't let things fester. If something's bothering you, say it. Calmly and respectfully, of course, focus on how you feel instead of attacking the other person.
That's good advice. But what if you've tried to communicate, but the same issue keeps coming up?
That's when you might need to have a deeper conversation about the friendship itself. Be honest about what you need and what you expect from the friendship, and be open to hearing their side of things too. Sometimes giving each other honest but kind feedback can actually change the dynamic for the better.
I see your point. But what if even after all that, the friendship still feels kind of, one-sided, like you're always the one reaching out or offering support?
That's a tough one, and it takes a lot of self-awareness to recognize when that's happening. Sometimes, even if you've tried your best, a friendship might have just run its course, and that's okay. It's okay to let go gracefully, cherish those memories, but make space for new connections that might be a better fit for you right now.
I think that's important to remember. Friendships, they're like any relationship. They change over time. Sometimes they get stronger. Sometimes they naturally fade. And that's all right. It's all part of life, right?
It really is. And the beautiful thing about friendship is that it's a two-way street. Just like we need to be mindful of who we surround ourselves with, we also got to strive to be a good friend to others, right?
It's about pulling your own weight, being supportive, trustworthy, showing up authentically. It's not just about what you get, but what you give too.
That's the heart of it, being the best version of ourselves so we can have a positive impact on the people around us.
Wow, this has been such an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for being here with us at the Learn English Lab, Sarah. I feel like I've learned so much about the power of friendship.
It's been a pleasure to be here.
And to all you amazing listeners out there, thank you for joining us on this deep dive into friendships. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We'll catch you next time on the Learn English Lab. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and today we're going deep diving into the fascinating world of motivation. And to help us unpack all this with me today is Sarah, our expert in all things motivation.
It's great to be here, Mike, ready to kind of dig into this really complex and very often misunderstood part of human behavior.
Yeah, it's a question that seems so simple at first glance, right? Like, why do we do what we do? I mean, we eat because we're hungry, right? We sleep because we're tired. But what about the bigger picture? The goals that we chase, the habits that we form, even the stuff that we avoid. Like, what's the driving force behind all that?
Well, that's what's so interesting about motivation is that it touches just about every aspect of our lives, doesn't it? Our personal goals, how we perform at work, our relationships, and even our overall well-being. And, while some of the answers seem pretty obvious, the deeper we go, the more complex it all becomes.
So is there a magic formula? Is there one theory out there that explains it all? Like, is there a motivation gene somewhere that we just haven't discovered yet?
I wish it were that easy. Unfortunately, human motivation is not, a one-size-fits-all concept. There's no single theory that can really capture all of its complexity. But what we do have is a whole bunch of theories, each one offering kind of a different lens through which to view this very multifaceted topic.
Okay, so let's dive into some of those theories. Maybe a good place to start is with something that we can all relate to, right? Like basic needs, things like food, water, shelter, pretty fundamental stuff.
Absolutely, and that's where Maslow's hierarchy of needs comes in. It's one of the best-known theories of motivation. Think of it like a pyramid, okay? And at the very bottom of that pyramid, we've got those essential physiological needs, the things you were just talking about, like food, water, shelter.
Okay, so we build up from there, right?
Exactly. Once those needs are met, then we move up the pyramid to, safety and security. After that, we climb to our need for belonging and love, followed by esteem. And then finally, right at the very peak of that pyramid, we have self-actualization.
So if I'm getting this right, Maslow's theory suggests that we can't really strive for those higher level needs, like finding our purpose or reaching our full potential until those lower level needs are met first.
Yeah, that's the core idea. Think about it in your own life. If you're constantly worrying about where your next meal is coming from, or if you don't feel safe, you're probably not going to be that focused on creative pursuits or personal growth, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like you said, it affects all of our daily decisions, whether we realize it or not.
Absolutely. And it gets even more interesting when you think about how this whole hierarchy, interacts with different types of motivation, specifically intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting. I've heard those terms before, but I always get them mixed up. Can you break those down for us?
Of course. So intrinsic motivation is all about doing something purely because you enjoy it or find it rewarding in and of itself. It's that pure feeling of pleasure or satisfaction that you get from an activity.
So like solving a puzzle for the challenge or, reading a good book just because you love the story.
Exactly. Those activities that make you completely lose track of time, where you're just totally absorbed in the moment, that's intrinsic motivation at play.
So I guess the extrinsic motivation is kind of the opposite of that.
Yeah, in a way it is. Extrinsic motivation is driven by those external factors, rewards or punishments. It's when you're motivated to do something because you want to gain something or avoid something negative.
So that would be like hitting the books to get a good grade on a test or working overtime so you can earn a bonus.
Exactly. We often rely on extrinsic motivation to kind of push us towards goals that might not be so enjoyable, but are important for other reasons.
Now, here's something that I've always wondered about. Isn't intrinsic motivation like better, more sustainable and more fulfilling?
Yeah, it's true that intrinsic motivation has been linked to, greater persistence, enjoyment, and creativity. When we're intrinsically motivated, we tend to put in more effort, we burn out less, and we feel more satisfied with what we accomplish. But that doesn't mean that extrinsic motivation is bad or useless.
There's a place for both.
For sure. Extrinsic motivators can be very helpful for getting us started on things that we might not initially be excited about. They can help provide structure and accountability, and they can even help us develop new skills or habits that eventually become intrinsically rewarding.
Okay, so that makes sense. Like, I might not be super excited about going to the gym at first, but if I stick with it, I might start to enjoy feeling stronger, or maybe I'll get that sense of accomplishment from reaching my fitness goals.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes the most effective approach is actually a combination of both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation.
So this brings up something else that I've heard about. The idea that sometimes rewards can backfire and actually decrease motivation. Is there any truth to that?
You're talking about the over-justification effect, and it is a fascinating phenomenon. Basically, it says that when we reward someone for an activity that they already enjoy for its own sake, it can actually diminish their intrinsic motivation.
So it's like if I love to paint and then someone starts paying me for my paintings, it suddenly feels less like a passion and more like a job.
Yeah, that's a great example. The reward, in this case, the money, becomes the primary motivator, and the intrinsic enjoyment kind of takes a backseat.
Oh, that's a bummer. So if rewards aren't always the answer, what else can we do to boost our motivation, especially for those tasks that we just don't naturally enjoy?
That's a great question, and one that we will definitely get into. Well, it's true, not everything in life is going to feel intrinsically rewarding. We all have things we have to do, whether we like them or not.
That is the truth.
Yeah.
But so where do we go from there? How do we find that motivation?
Well, the good news is that we're not stuck with our current levels of motivation, and we don't have to rely solely on those external rewards. There are actually some really practical strategies that we can use to cultivate motivation, even for those not so fun tasks.
All right, well, lay them on me. I am ready to be motivated.
Okay, well, first off, I think it's super important to set realistic and meaningful goals. Because if a goal feels way too overwhelming or it just doesn't align with your values, you're probably not going to be that motivated to go after it, right?
So instead of saying like, I want to be a millionaire by next year, maybe it's more like, I'm going to try to increase my savings by like 10% this month or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And, breaking down those big goals into those smaller, more manageable steps, it can really make the whole process seem less daunting, more achievable. And that can make a huge difference in your motivation.
Yeah, it's like that saying, how do you eat an elephant?
Yeah.
One bite at a time.
Exactly. And with each step that you take, no matter how small it is, you get the sense of accomplishment, right? And that fuels your motivation to keep going.
Okay, I like this. Realistic goals, breaking it down into smaller steps. What else?
Okay, so another important piece of this is cultivating a growth mindset. And that basically means believing that our abilities and skills, they're not fixed. They can actually be developed, through effort and through learning.
So instead of saying like, oh, I'm just not good at math,
Yeah.
it's more like, okay, I can get better at this if I'm willing to put in the time and the effort.
Right. And when you adopt that growth mindset, challenges, they become opportunities for growth instead of threats to your ego. And that can have a huge impact on how motivated you feel.
Because if you think that you can improve, you're more likely to keep trying right, even when things get tough.
Exactly. Okay, so here's another really interesting tactic you can try. Try to find ways to make even those mundane tasks more intrinsically rewarding.
Wait a minute, how do you do that? That sounds like some kind of like Jedi mind trick.
It's not magic, but it does involve a little bit of a perspective shift. Think about how you can connect that task, to your values, or even just look for those tiny bits of enjoyment within the process itself.
Okay, so let's say I absolutely hate doing laundry. How am I supposed to find any kind of intrinsic motivation in that?
Well, maybe you can try reframing it, as a way of taking care of your clothes so they last longer. Or maybe you can put on some of your favorite music or listen to a podcast while you're folding clothes, make it a little bit more enjoyable.
Those are actually really good ideas.
Yeah.
I can see how just kind of changing your perspective can really make a difference.
And then, of course, there's always positive reinforcement.
Ah, yes. Everybody loves a good pat on the back. But is that really that important for adults too? I mean, we're not training puppies here, are we?
It really is important. When we acknowledge our accomplishments and celebrate them, no matter how small it is, it can create this positive feedback loop that really fuels our motivation. It's kind of like giving ourselves, a little reward for doing a good job.
And it doesn't have to be anything big, right? It can be as simple as like saying, hey, I nailed that presentation. Good job, me.
Exactly. Sometimes those little internal celebrations can be even more powerful than any kind of external reward.
Man, I'm feeling motivated already. Realistic goals, growth mindset, finding the hidden rewards and celebrating wins. This is good stuff.
And there's one more thing that I think is really important to consider.
Wait, there's more. I'm like overflowing with motivation knowledge already. What else is there?
Think about the role of autonomy in motivation. Because when we feel like we have control over our choices and our actions, we tend to be a lot more motivated and engaged.
Oh, so like giving people the freedom to make their own decisions, even small ones that can boost motivation?
Yeah, that's the idea. It's all about fostering, that sense of ownership and control. And it doesn't matter if it's, in a work setting or in your personal life when you're pursuing your own goals.
Yeah, that makes sense. If I force myself to go to the gym just because someone else told me to, I'm probably not going to stick with it. But if I choose to go because I want to get healthier and I want to feel better, then I'm much more likely to stay motivated.
Absolutely. Autonomy is a big part of tapping into that intrinsic motivation that we were talking about before.
This has been so insightful.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm seeing motivation in a whole new light.
And we're just scratching the surface. There is so much more to discover about the psychology of motivation. But for now,
I think we've given our listeners a really solid place to start, to begin building their own motivational journeys.
I agree. The more we understand what drives us, the better equipped we are to achieve our goals and, live those fulfilling lives that we all want.
Well, folks, it looks like we've reached the end of our deep dive into the world of motivation. And
we've covered a lot of ground, haven't we? From Maslow's hierarchy to the differences between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. And we even touched on that fascinating over-justification effect. And of course, all those practical strategies for boosting our motivation.
yeah, it's been a wild ride.
Yeah.
But I think the big takeaway here is that motivation isn't just some fixed trait, right? It's something that we can actually influence and nurture.
And, just that knowledge alone, that we can influence our own motivation, that can be incredibly empowering. It can help us make better choices and find more fulfillment in all areas of our lives.
We really hope that you've picked up some valuable tools here today that you can use on your own journey towards greater motivation.
And remember, it's not about, finding that one magic formula. It's about getting to know yourself, understanding your goals, and finding what works best for you.
So to wrap things up, we want to leave you with one last little challenge.
Think about a specific goal that you're working towards right now.
What's motivating you?
Is it more intrinsic motivation, extrinsic, or a little bit of both?
And are there any strategies that we've talked about today that you could use, to boost your motivation and increase your chances of reaching that goal?
Take some time to reflect on these questions and start putting that knowledge into action.
And remember, even those small steps, they can lead to huge progress over time.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into motivation.
And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this channel for more deep dives into the world of psychology and personal growth. Until next time. So we've come to the end of our deep dive into the fascinating world of motivation.
It's been a really interesting journey, hasn't it? Exploring, all the different facets of motivation.
Absolutely. And, the big takeaway for me is that motivation, it's not this fixed thing.
It's dynamic, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a process that we can actually shape and we can influence.
And just understanding that, can be really empowering for people.
Yeah, and hopefully our listeners have picked up some useful tools along the way that they can use on their own journeys towards greater motivation.
And, it's really all about, figuring out what works best for you as an individual.
Exactly. There's no one-size-fits-all solution here.
Exactly. And I think, as we wrap up here, it would be great for everyone listening to just take a moment to think about, one specific goal that you're working towards right now.
Yeah, what's driving you? Is it more intrinsic or extrinsic motivation?
Or maybe it's a combination of both.
And, think about the strategies that we've talked about today. Are there any that you could use to kind of, boost your motivation and increase your chances of success?
So yeah, just take some time to reflect on all of this, and most importantly, start putting, this knowledge into action.
Because even those small steps, they can make a big difference over time.
Absolutely.
So that's it for this episode of the Learn English Lab.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into motivation.
And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to this channel for more deep dives into all sorts of fascinating topics. Until next time. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and today we're taking a deep dive into the world of meditation with our expert, Sarah.
Great to be here.
Now, Sarah, meditation seems to be everywhere these days, but I think a lot of people still aren't quite sure what it is or how it works. Can you break it down for us?
Sure. At its core, meditation is about training your attention. It's about learning to focus your mind, becoming more aware of your thoughts and feelings, and cultivating a sense of inner peace.
Okay, so it's like a mental workout. But instead of lifting weights, we're strengthening our focus and awareness.
That's a great way to put it. And just like physical exercise, meditation can have a huge impact on our overall well-being. We're talking reduced stress, improved sleep, better emotional regulation, and even potential benefits for our physical health.
Wow, that's a pretty impressive list. I think a lot of people are drawn to meditation because of its potential for stress reduction. In today's world, it feels like everyone is constantly stressed out. Can you explain how meditation actually helps with stress?
Well, when we're stressed, our bodies go into fight or flight mode, right? Our heart rate and breathing speed up, our muscles tense, and our minds race. This is a natural response that's designed to help us cope with danger. But when stress becomes chronic, this constant state of high alert takes a toll on our physical and mental health.
So it's like our stress response system is stuck in overdrive.
Yeah.
And we need a way to shift gears.
Exactly. And that's where meditation comes in. By practicing meditation regularly, we can train our bodies and minds to relax. When we meditate, we focus our attention on something calming, like our breath, a mantra, or a guided visualization. As we do this, our thoughts naturally begin to slow down, our breathing becomes deeper and more regular, and our muscles start to relax.
So it's like we're hitting the reset button on our nervous system.
That's a good analogy. And as we practice meditation, we become more aware of the sensations in our bodies and the patterns of our thoughts. We learn to observe our stress response without judgment, which helps us to detach from it and respond more skillfully.
I see. I'm starting to see how powerful this can be. Instead of being controlled by our stress, we're learning to manage it more effectively.
Yes. And there's even scientific evidence to support this. Studies have shown that meditation can reduce levels of cortisol, which is known as the stress hormone. Chronically high cortisol levels have been linked to numerous health problems, so being able to regulate cortisol through meditation is a major plus.
That's amazing. It's not just about feeling calmer, it's about actually changing our body's chemistry in a positive way.
Yeah.
But let's talk about some of the other mental and emotional benefits of meditation. I've heard that it can help with anxiety and depression. Is that true?
Yeah, there's growing evidence that meditation can be a valuable tool for managing anxiety and depression. When we practice meditation, we learn to observe our thoughts and emotions without getting swept away by them. This helps us to develop a greater sense of emotional resilience, so we're less likely to react impulsively or get stuck in negative thought patterns.
So instead of being ruled by our emotions, we're learning to step back and observe them with a more detached perspective.
Yeah, it's like we're developing a space between our thoughts and our reactions, which gives us more freedom to choose how we respond.
That makes a lot of sense. It's like we're training our minds to be less reactive and more intentional.
Yeah.
And I imagine that this ability to regulate our emotions can have a ripple effect on all areas of our lives.
Oh, absolutely. It can improve our relationships, our work performance, and our overall sense of well-being. There's even research suggesting that meditation can boost positive emotions and decrease feelings of loneliness.
That's interesting. So it's not just about reducing negative emotions, it's about cultivating positive ones as well.
Yes, meditation can help us to cultivate a more balanced and harmonious emotional state.
Okay. So we've talked about stress reduction and emotional well-being, but what about the cognitive benefits of meditation? I've heard it can sharpen our focus, improve our memory, and even boost our creativity.
You're right. In our hyper-connected world where distractions are constantly competing for our attention, meditation is like a mental gym for strengthening our focus and concentration. It's about training our minds to stay present and resist the urge to multitask or constantly check our phones.
Oh yeah, that's something I think we could all benefit from. I know my own productivity would probably skyrocket if I could just learn to stay on task a little better.
You're not alone. And that's where meditation can be so helpful. It teaches us to gently redirect our attention back to our chosen focus whenever it wanders.
So it's like we're developing a mental muscle, and the more we exercise it, the stronger it becomes. But how does meditation actually train that muscle of attention? What's the technique?
One of the key techniques is using the breath as an anchor. As we focus on the sensation of our breath entering and leaving our bodies, our minds inevitably start to wander. But instead of getting frustrated or judging ourselves, we simply acknowledge those thoughts and gently guide our attention back to the breath.
So it's about developing a sense of awareness and non-judgment. We're not trying to stop our thoughts altogether, but we're learning to observe them without getting carried away by them.
Exactly. And over time, we become more adept at recognizing when our minds have wandered and redirecting them back to our chosen focus. It's like training a puppy. It takes patience and persistence, but eventually it learns to stay by your side.
I like that analogy.
Yeah.
And here's where it gets really interesting. Some studies suggest that meditation can actually reverse brain patterns linked to worrying and mind wandering. It's like we're rewiring our brains for calm and focus.
It really is remarkable. And these cognitive benefits extend far beyond focus and concentration. Research has also shown that meditation can improve memory function, enhance cognitive flexibility, and even boost creativity.
Wow, this is incredible. So we're not just managing our thoughts, we're actually changing how our brains operate. It's like we're upgrading our mental hardware.
I like how you think it's like we're giving our brains the tools they need to thrive in today's demanding world.
Okay, so we've explored the mental and emotional benefits, but I'm also curious about the physical health benefits of meditation. How does a mental practice impact our physical well-being?
That's a great question. And it might surprise you to learn just how profound the connection between our minds and bodies truly is. We know that stress can wreak havoc on our physical health. So if meditation helps reduce stress, that's already a huge win for our bodies.
Right, that makes sense. But I'm wondering if there are any other ways that meditation might directly impact our physical health.
Oh, absolutely. One of the most noticeable physical benefits of meditation is its impact on sleep. When we're stressed, our bodies produce cortisol, which makes it hard to fall asleep and stay asleep. But meditation helps reduce cortisol levels and calm those racing thoughts that often keep us up at night.
So it's like preparing our minds and bodies for a restful night's sleep. You
Yeah.
can see the appeal there.
And it goes beyond just sleep. Meditation also cultivates a deeper mind-body connection. We become more aware of the sensations in our bodies, noticing areas of tension or discomfort. This awareness can help us improve our workout form, listen to our body's signals, and generally take better care of ourselves.
Like tuning in to our body's wisdom.
Indeed. And here's where it gets really fascinating. Meditation may actually boost our immune systems. Some studies have shown that meditation can reduce inflammation and even increase the number of crucial immune cells in our bodies.
So it's not just about feeling good, it's about enhancing our body's ability to stay healthy.
Yes, and we're just scratching the surface of the potential physical benefits. There's even a possible link between meditation and cellular aging.
Okay, now you've got my full attention. Tell me more about that.
Have you ever heard of telomeres?
Vaguely. I know they have something to do with aging, but I'm not sure what they are.
Well, imagine your chromosomes like shoelaces with plastic tips at the end to prevent fraying. Those tips are your telomeres, and every time your cells divide, those tips get a little shorter. Eventually, they get so short that the cells can no longer divide properly, and this contributes to the aging process.
Okay, that's a great analogy. So telomeres were like a biological clock, and the shorter they get, the closer we are to, well, the end of the line.
That's one way to put it. But here's the exciting part. Some research suggests that meditation might actually slow down the shortening of telomeres. It's like meditation is reinforcing those plastic tips, slowing down the wear and tear on our cells.
So meditation could be a key to protecting ourselves from age-related diseases and even extending our lifespan.
It's still an emerging area of research, but the findings are very promising. And beyond cellular aging, meditation may also help regulate blood pressure, manage chronic pain, and even assist in addiction recovery.
Wow, the list just keeps growing.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe so much potential is packed into this seemingly simple practice.
I know, right? It's pretty amazing.
But before we get too overwhelmed, let's talk about how someone can actually get started with meditation. Is it something anyone can do, or does it require special training?
Oh, the beauty of meditation is that it's truly accessible. You don't need any special equipment training or even a lot of time to start reaping the benefits. Even a few minutes a day can make a difference.
That's reassuring to hear. I think a lot of people are intimidated by the idea of meditation. They imagine having to sit in complete silence for hours with their minds totally blank.
I understand that perception, but it's actually a misconception. The goal of meditation isn't to empty your mind completely, but to become more aware of your thoughts and less reactive to them. It's about creating space between your thoughts and your reactions, giving you more freedom to choose how you respond.
So it's more about learning to observe our thoughts without judgment, rather than trying to suppress them or force them to disappear.
Exactly. It's about cultivating a sense of curiosity and acceptance towards your thoughts and feelings. And remember, everyone's mind wanders during meditation. It's perfectly normal. The practice lies in gently guiding your attention back to your chosen focus whenever it drifts away.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's not about achieving some kind of perfect state of mental stillness, but rather about developing a more mindful approach to our thoughts and feelings.
Yeah, it's a practice, not a performance.
Okay. So we know that anyone can meditate. But for those who are just starting out, are there any specific tips or techniques that might be helpful?
Absolutely. First, I'd recommend starting with short sessions, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. You don't want to overwhelm yourself right out of the gate. Then find a quiet and comfortable space where you can sit or lie down without being disturbed.
So no need to build a meditation retreat in my backyard.
That's right. A quiet corner of your bedroom or living room will work perfectly. And you don't need any special equipment, although a cushion or a comfortable chair can help you maintain a comfortable posture.
What about guided meditation apps? I've heard those can be really helpful for beginners.
Yeah, guided meditation apps can be fantastic tools, especially when you're first starting out. They offer a structured approach, leading you through different techniques and visualizations, and they can help you stay focused. There are apps for all sorts of needs and preferences, so you can experiment and find what resonates with you.
That's a great point. It's about finding what works for you, not about following some rigid set of rules.
Yeah.
But speaking of different approaches, I'm curious to learn more about the various types of meditation. We've been talking about meditation in general, but I know there are many different styles and techniques.
You're absolutely right. Meditation is a vast and rich tapestry with countless traditions and techniques developed over centuries. And just like any journey, finding the right path for you can make the experience much more fulfilling.
So let's explore some of those paths. What are some of the most common or popular types of meditation that people might want to try?
Well, one of the most well-known and widely practiced types is mindfulness meditation. We touched upon it briefly earlier, but it's worth diving a little deeper. Mindfulness meditation is about cultivating present moment awareness. It's about paying attention to your thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations without judgment. You simply observe these experiences as they arise and pass like clouds moving across the sky.
So it's not about trying to empty your mind or stop thinking altogether, but about becoming more aware of our thoughts and less reactive to them.
Exactly. It's about recognizing that thoughts are just thoughts. They're not necessarily facts or commands that we have to obey. And when we practice mindfulness, we develop the ability to observe our thoughts without getting carried away by them.
I like that image of thoughts as clouds passing through the sky. It reminds us that thoughts are transient. They come and go, and we don't have to cling to them or push them away.
That's a great way to think about it. And the beauty of mindfulness meditation is that you can practice it anywhere, anytime. You can be mindful while washing the dishes, walking the dog, or even stuck in traffic. It's about bringing a quality of awareness to whatever you're doing.
That makes it sound a lot less intimidating.
Oh, yeah.
So mindfulness is about paying attention to the present moment. What are some other types of meditation people might explore?
Another popular approach is transcendental meditation, or TM for short. TM uses mantra meditation, which involves silently repeating a specific sound word or phrase.
Okay, so how is TM different from mindfulness?
Well, while mindfulness is about observing your thoughts and feelings, TM is more about transcending them. With TM, you're not trying to focus on your breath or any particular object. You're using the mantra to quiet the mind and enter a state of deep relaxation and inner peace.
So it's like the mantra acts as a vehicle to transport your mind beyond the realm of thoughts.
That's a great analogy. And TM practitioners typically receive a personalized mantra from a certified instructor.
Interesting. So it's a more structured approach than mindfulness.
Yes, there's a specific technique involved, and it's usually taught in a course format.
So we've got mindfulness, which is about present moment awareness, and PM, which is about transcending thoughts through mantra meditation. What other paths can we explore in the world of meditation?
If you're looking to cultivate feelings of love and compassion, you might be drawn to loving kindness meditation, also known as metta meditation.
That sounds lovely.
Yeah.
What's involved in loving kindness meditation?
It's a beautiful practice where you focus on sending feelings of love, kindness, and compassion to yourself and others. You might start by repeating phrases like, may I be well, may I be happy, may I be peaceful.
It's like we're showering ourselves with love and good vibes.
Exactly, and then you gradually extend those feelings outward, first to loved ones, then to acquaintances, then to strangers, and eventually even to those you find difficult to love.
It sounds like a powerful way to cultivate more compassion and empathy in the world.
It is. And the beauty of loving kindness meditation is that it not only benefits others, but it also creates a sense of inner peace and well-being within you. It's a win-win.
I love that. So we've got mindfulness TM and loving kindness meditation. What other types of meditation are out there?
Well, if you're someone who finds it challenging to sit still for extended periods, you might enjoy walking meditation.
Walking meditation. Okay, that sounds intriguing. What is that exactly?
As the name suggests, you meditate while you walk. Instead of focusing on your breath or a stationary object, you bring your attention to the sensations of your body, moving the feeling of your feet on the ground and the rhythm of your steps.
So it's like bringing mindfulness to the act of walking.
Exactly. And it can be a great way to incorporate meditation into your daily routine, especially if you have a busy lifestyle.
It's like sneaking in a meditation session while you're getting your steps in.
Yes. And for those who are musically inclined, there's sound healing meditation, which involves listening to various sounds, often from instruments like Tibetan singing bowls, gongs, or tuning forks.
So it's kind of like a sonic massage for the soul.
You could say that the vibrations and frequencies of these instruments are believed to have therapeutic effects on the nervous system. It's incredibly soothing, and a lot of people find it very transformative.
I can see how that would be appealing.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got walking meditation and sound healing meditation. Any other interesting styles out there?
Well, for those seeking a deeper understanding of the workings of the mind and the nature of reality, there's Vipassana meditation.
I've heard of Vipassana, but I'm not quite sure what it entails. Can you elaborate a bit?
Vipassana is an ancient Indian meditation technique that translates to insight or seeing things as they really are. It's a practice of deep self-observation where you cultivate a heightened awareness of your thoughts, sensations, and the impermanent nature of all things. It's a way of seeing reality with greater clarity and understanding.
That sounds intense.
It can be. It's a serious practice that's often done in silent retreats where participants abstain from talking, reading, and any other distractions.
Wow, that's dedication. So Vipassana is about gaining insight into the nature of reality. What about Kundalini Yoga? I know it involves meditation, but it seems like more of a physical practice as well.
You're right. Kundalini Yoga combines physical postures, breathwork chanting, and meditation to awaken a powerful energy that lies dormant at the base of the spine known as Kundalini energy.
Sounds pretty intense.
It can be incredibly energizing and uplifting, but it's generally recommended to learn from an experienced teacher, especially if you're new to yoga.
Okay, so we've explored a whole spectrum of meditation styles today, from mindfulness and TM to walking meditation, sound healing, Vipassana, and Kundalini Yoga. It's amazing how diverse and adaptable the practice of meditation can be. But as we wrap up this part of our deep dive, I'm left wondering how someone can navigate this vast landscape of options. How do you choose the right type of meditation for you?
That's a great question, and there's no one-size-fits-all answer. I always encourage people to approach meditation with a sense of curiosity and experimentation. Try different styles and see what resonates with you. Explore guided meditations, attend workshops, and perhaps even find a teacher who can guide you on your journey.
So it's a process of exploration and self-discovery.
Precisely. And remember, there's no right or wrong way to meditate. The most important thing is to find a practice that you enjoy and that you can stick with. Consistency is key.
That's a great point. It's not about achieving perfection. It's about making meditation a regular part of your life, even if it's just for a few minutes each day.
Exactly. And the more you practice, the more you'll experience the benefits.
Well, Sarah, this exploration of different meditation styles has been incredibly eye-opening. I'm feeling inspired to deepen my own practice and try some new techniques. But before we move on to the final part of our deep dive, where we'll delve into the science behind the benefits of meditation, I want to leave our listeners with a little challenge.
I'm all ears.
I'm challenging everyone to try at least one new type of meditation this week. Step outside your comfort zone, explore something you've never tried before, and see what unfolds. You might just discover a whole new dimension to your meditation practice.
That's a wonderful challenge, and I encourage everyone to approach it with an open mind and a sense of playfulness. Have fun with it.
Exactly. It's about exploration and discovery. And who knows, you might just stumble upon a practice that truly transforms your life.
You never know what you might find.
Well, on that note, we'll wrap up part 2. Join us next time for the final part of our meditation deep dive, where we'll explore the fascinating research that's revealing the profound impact meditation can have on our brains, bodies, and even ourselves.
Looking forward to it. See you soon.
Welcome back to the Learn English Lab for the final part of our deep dive into meditation.
It's great to be back. We've talked about what meditation is and how to do it. Now let's get into the why.
Right. We've heard all sorts of amazing claims about meditation, but I'm curious to explore the science behind it all.
Well, the research on meditation has just exploded in recent years. Scientists are discovering all sorts of incredible ways that this practice can benefit our brains, our bodies, and even our cells.
So it's not just anecdotal evidence anymore. We actually have hard data to support the benefits of meditation.
Absolutely. And one of the most well-studied areas is stress reduction. We know that chronic stress is terrible for our health. It contributes to heart disease, high blood pressure, anxiety, depression, you name it.
Stress is like a silent killer, lurking in the background and wreaking havoc on our systems.
That's a great way to put it. But here's the good news. Studies have shown that meditation can significantly reduce levels of cortisol, the stress hormone.
So it's not just about feeling less stressed. It's about actually changing our body's physiological response to stress.
Exactly. Meditation helps us regulate our stress response system, which protects us from a whole range of health problems.
That makes a lot of sense. We talked about meditation's effect on sleep earlier. Is there scientific evidence to back that up?
Oh, definitely. Research shows that meditation improves sleep quality in a few ways. It calms the mind, reduces those racing thoughts that keep us up at night, and helps regulate our sleep-wake cycles. Plus, it lowers those cortisol levels.
It's like a triple whammy against insomnia. No wonder so many people swear by meditation for better sleep.
Right, and the benefits go way beyond stress and sleep. Meditation has a profound impact on our brains.
Okay, now you've got my full attention. Tell me more about how meditation affects the brain.
One of the most exciting discoveries is that meditation can actually change the structure of our brains. Meditators have increased gray matter in areas related to attention, emotional regulation, and self-awareness.
Hold on, you're saying meditation can physically reshape our brains?
It's true. And these structural changes lead to real benefits. Meditators have better attention spans, enhanced cognitive flexibility, and even improved memory.
It's like a brain workout for focus, clarity, and mental resilience.
Yes, and there's more. Meditation can actually reduce activity in the amygdala, the part of the brain that processes fear and anxiety.
So we're essentially calming down the fear center of our brains.
That's right. Meditation rewires our brains to be less reactive to stress and fear, which is why it can be so helpful for managing anxiety and even PTSD.
This is incredible. So we've got stress reduction, better sleep, enhanced brain function. Are there any other areas where meditation shines?
Oh, there's plenty more. One fascinating area of research is the connection between meditation and inflammation.
Wait, inflammation? That's a physical process. How can a mental practice like meditation affect that?
It's a great question, and it highlights the incredible link between our minds and bodies. Chronic inflammation is tied to many health problems, including heart disease, cancer, and autoimmune diseases.
Right, I've heard that inflammation is a major culprit behind many chronic illnesses.
Yes. And while we often think of inflammation as a purely physical response, it's heavily influenced by our thoughts, emotions, and stress levels.
So by calming the mind and reducing stress, meditation can actually lower inflammation in the body.
Exactly. And some studies have shown that meditation can reduce inflammation. That means meditation could play a role in preventing or managing a whole range of chronic diseases.
That's mind-blowing. It really makes you appreciate the power of the mind-body connection.
It's truly remarkable. And speaking of mind-blowing, there's even research suggesting that meditation might slow down cellular aging.
Okay, that one I have to hear more about. How is that even possible?
Remember those telomeres we discussed earlier? The protective caps at the ends of our chromosomes?
Right, like the plastic tips on shoelaces?
Yes, and as we age, our telomeres naturally shorten, which contributes to age-related decline.
But you're saying meditation can somehow impact that process?
Well, studies have found that people who meditate regularly have longer telomeres than those who don't. While more research is needed, it suggests that meditation could protect us from age-related diseases and even extend our lifespan.
Wow, that's incredible. It's like discovering the fountain of youth within our own minds.
It's certainly an area worth exploring further. And this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the science of meditation. We're learning more and more about its amazing benefits all the time.
Well, this deep dive into meditation has been truly fascinating. We've covered so much ground. From the basics to the science, I'm feeling incredibly inspired.
It's been a pleasure sharing this journey with you. I hope our listeners are feeling inspired too.
I'm sure they are. If you're ready to start meditating, remember that the most important thing is to just begin. Find a type of meditation that resonates with you. Even if it's just for a few minutes a day, and see what happens. You might be amazed by the transformative power of this practice.
That's great advice. Be patient with yourself, enjoy the journey, and see what unfolds.
Absolutely. And on that note, we'll wrap up our deep dive into meditation. A huge thank you to Sarah for being our expert guide. And thank you to all of you for listening. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel. And we'll see you on our next deep dive. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab, the place to be for anyone who wants to really boost their English skills. I'm Mike.
Hi, everyone.
And I'm so glad to be joined today by Sarah, our English language expert. We are taking a deep dive into something I think we all face.
Yeah.
And it's staying motivated on this journey of learning English.
It is a journey that's for sure with some incredible highs and a few dips along the way. But with the right strategies, you can keep that motivation soaring high.
So how do we do that, Sarah? So many people hit that wall. They start strong, and then life gets in the way, or the progress feels slow.
Right.
Where do we even begin to combat that?
Well, it all starts with a really solid foundation, just like building a house. And that foundation is made of clear, well-defined goals.
Yeah.
Think of it like mapping out your route before you go on a road trip without that destination in mind.
Right.
You can so easily get lost along the way.
Right. But how do we set goals that don't feel super overwhelming? I mean, just saying, I want to be fluent is a little vague, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and it's about breaking down that massive goal into smaller, more manageable, achievable steps.
Right.
The SMART framework is really, really helpful here, so make sure that your goals are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound.
I like this SMART framework. I'm digging this. So instead of just fluency, maybe I could say, learn 10 new words every day for a month. That feels way more doable.
Absolutely. That's a fantastic example of a short-term goal that you can use to keep moving forward daily, and then you can tie that to a long-term goal. Like, by the end of the year, I'll confidently have a 30-minute conversation in English about my hobbies.
Well, that's a good way to break it down. But what about those days when even those smaller goals feel tough? How do we keep from losing steam?
Right. Well, that's where the power of tracking comes in. It's not just about checking things off a list, but it's about seeing how far you've come. Imagine training for a marathon. Wouldn't it be motivating to see your mileage increasing every week?
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. But I don't know if I'd be so thrilled about watching videos of myself speaking English in the beginning. It might be a little cringy.
It can be a little daunting at first, I agree. But imagine listening back a few months later and hearing the difference in your pronunciation, in your fluency, and even your confidence. That's powerful feedback.
That's a good point.
Okay.
You got me there. And it's not always about these huge milestones either, right? Little wins totally count.
Little wins absolutely count. Celebrate finishing that online lesson, understanding all the lyrics to your favorite English song, or even just using a new phrase correctly in a conversation.
Yeah.
Those small victories fuel the bigger journey.
That's so true. I remember feeling so stuck when I first started learning English. But then one day I looked back at some of my early writing, and honestly, it was pretty bad. But seeing those mistakes made me realize how much progress I had made without even realizing it.
That's exactly it. Tracking helps us to shift our perspective from "I'm not there yet" to "Wow, look how far I've already come."
That is so true. But let's be realistic. Sometimes learning a new language feels like, work.
Sure.
So how do we keep things fun and engaging? Because fun equals motivation.
Right. You hit the nail on the head there. Fun is the fuel that keeps us going. And luckily, there are so many ways that you can inject enjoyment into your English learning routine. Think about the things you already love to do.
Okay.
Are you a movie buff? Start watching movies and TV shows in English, maybe with subtitles at first. Love music, turn up those English tunes and try to sing along.
I have to admit, I learned a ton of English by just watching my favorite TV series. Hearing the language used naturally in a story I was already hooked on, it made such a difference.
There you go. See, learning can happen without it even feeling like you're studying.
Right.
Don't forget the power of games, word games, online language learning apps, even a good old-fashioned crossword puzzle. They're fantastic for building vocabulary and grammar skills without feeling like a chore.
Games and entertainment. Now you're talking my language.
Yeah.
But what about connecting with others? Learning English doesn't have to be a solo mission, right?
Absolutely not. English isn't just about textbooks and grammar rules.
Right.
It's about communication and connection. Find a language partner to practice speaking with.
Okay.
Maybe someone who's also learning English or a native speaker who's learning your language. You can have conversations, exchange tips, motivate each other.
Yeah. Finding a language partner was honestly a game changer for me. It took my speaking confidence to a whole new level.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just more fun to share that journey with someone.
Exactly. And don't underestimate the power of community.
Yeah.
Join online forums, Facebook groups, or even meetup groups for English learners. It's like having a whole cheerleading squad rooting for you.
Right. It's so much easier to stay motivated when you know you're not alone in the struggle.
Yeah.
But what about those days when the motivation just nosedives?
Yeah.
When you hit a wall and you just feel like giving up.
Right.
What do we do then?
Those days are totally normal. Everyone experiences them.
Okay.
And that's when you need to remember why are you learning English in the first place?
Oh.
Is it to advance your career, travel the world, connect with people from different cultures, maybe even just enjoy English books and movies? Whatever it is, write it down.
Yeah.
And keep it somewhere you can see it every single day.
Like a motivational Post-it note on my bathroom mirror.
Sure, why not? Because when you hit that motivation slump, revisiting those reasons can re-energize you and remind you why you started in the first place.
That's such a crucial point. We all need that. Why reminder sometimes to push through those tough spots.
Absolutely.
Speaking of tough spots, let's talk about mistakes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're inevitable, right?
They are absolutely inevitable. And here's a crucial mindset shift.
Okay.
Don't just accept mistakes, embrace them.
Right.
They're not failures, they're valuable learning opportunities.
Embrace mistakes. I feel like we're always told to avoid them at all costs.
I know, but hear me out. Mistakes are inevitable, especially when you're learning something new.
Right.
But they're also incredibly valuable learning opportunities. Think of them as feedback. They're showing you exactly where you need to focus your efforts.
So how do we actually learn from our mistakes, not just, notice them and move on?
Keep proactive.
Yeah.
Ask for feedback from your teacher, your language partner, or even use a grammar checker.
Yeah.
They can help you to pinpoint those areas for improvement.
So leverage technology to turn those errors into stepping stones.
Exactly. And speaking of technology, let's not forget the amazing array of resources that are available right at our fingertips.
Yeah, there are so many cool apps and online tools out there. I feel like I'm constantly finding new ones.
It's incredible, right? We've got language learning apps like Duolingo, Babbel, Memrise. They gamify the learning process and make it super engaging. Then you've got grammar checkers like Grammarly, which are lifesavers for writing. And let's not forget about all of the amazing online courses offered on platforms like Coursera, Udemy, Khan Academy.
You're speaking my language. I am a huge fan of language learning apps. They make learning so accessible and so fun. There's one I use that even has these little challenges and rewards, which really keeps me coming back for more. It's almost addictive.
That's fantastic. You found what works for you, and that's what matters most. Experiment.
Yeah.
And find the tools and resources that resonate with you the most, and don't be afraid to try new things.
That's great advice. Okay, this is all great.
Yeah.
But sometimes I feel like I'm, stuck in my little English learning bubble.
Right.
What about getting more real-world experience?
You're talking about immersion, and it is a true game changer. Think of it as surrounding yourself with the English language.
Okay, I'm intrigued. So what are some practical ways that we can do that?
Well, start simple. Change the language settings on your phone and computer to English.
Oh,
It might feel a bit weird at first, but you'll be surprised how quickly you adapt.
that's a good tip. I never even thought of that.
How about reading?
Okay.
Pick up an English book magazine or even just browse news websites in English.
Yeah, I've been trying to read more in English lately. It's definitely challenging, but also super rewarding.
Absolutely.
When I understand like a whole article.
Exactly. And here's a cool challenge. Try thinking in English.
Wait.
It sounds tricky, I know.
Thinking in English, how do I even?
Start small when you're going about your day. Try narrating your thoughts in English. Describe what you're doing, what you see, what you're feeling, all in English.
Okay, that sounds like a fun mental workout. I'm going to try that.
It's all about making English a part of your daily life, not just something you study for an hour each day.
That's so true. It's like integrating English into the fabric of your everyday life.
Exactly. And here's another key ingredient for staying motivated. Reward yourself.
Ooh, I like where this is going. Treat yourself.
You got it. When you achieve a goal, no matter how big or small, celebrate your success. It could be something as simple as a delicious snack or a relaxing evening, doing something you love.
Okay, I can get behind that motivation, fueled by chocolate chip cookies. Sign me up.
And remember, breaks are important too. Don't burn yourself out. Give yourself permission to step away from studying when you need to. And come back refreshed and re-energized.
So it's all about balance,
Yeah.
right? Work hard, play hard, celebrate those wins.
Yes.
And give yourself time to recharge.
Exactly. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
That is all so inspiring. But what about those times when I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm just not cut out for this, like everyone else is learning faster than me?
Ah, the comparison trap. It's a sneaky one, and we all fall into it sometimes. But here's the thing. Everyone's journey is different.
Yeah, I guess comparing myself to others isn't really helpful, is it?
Not at all. Focus on your own progress and celebrate your unique strengths. And remember, every fluent English speaker was once a beginner.
That's a really encouraging thought. Even the most eloquent English speakers had to start somewhere.
Exactly. And there's so much inspiration to be found in their stories read about people who have successfully learned English. Follow English learners and teachers on social media. Listen to podcasts like this one. Their journeys can remind you that it is possible even when it feels challenging.
That's so true. Hearing others' success stories can be so motivating. It's like, if they can do it, I can do it.
Right. And above all, be patient and kind to yourself.
Yeah.
Learning a language takes time and effort. You're not going to become fluent overnight.
So it's a journey, not a destination.
Right.
And it's okay to make mistakes along the way, embrace the process, celebrate your progress, and most importantly, have fun along the way.
And speaking of visualizing success, one technique that can really bring those goals to life is creating a vision board.
Ooh, a vision board. Okay, color me intrigued. What's the magic behind this?
It's all about creating a visual representation of what you want to achieve. You know, find some magazines, print out some photos, or even just doodle some images that represent your English learning goals. Maybe it's a picture of yourself confidently giving a presentation in English, or chatting with locals in a bustling market in London, or even just curled up with a good book in English at a cozy cafe.
Oh, I can already see it. So I make this awesome collage, but then what do I just like frame it and put it away?
Definitely not. Put that vision board somewhere. You'll see it every single day. On your fridge, above your desk, even on your bathroom mirror, anywhere. It'll serve as the constant reminder of what you're working towards.
Okay, got it. Vision board front and center.
Yeah.
But even with all the best intentions and visual aids, we all have those days when motivation just seems to vanish.
Yeah.
How do we deal with those motivational roadblocks?
Those days are totally natural motivation, ebbs and flows. It's part of the process.
Yeah.
But sometimes a little shift in perspective can be all it takes to get back on track.
Perspective shift. I like it. Tell me more about that.
Instead of dwelling on how much further you have to go, take a moment to appreciate how far you've already come. Think back to when you first started learning English. Remember struggling to string together a basic sentence.
Yeah.
Look at you now!
Whoa. When you put it like that, it really is amazing to think about how much we learn without even realizing it.
Every word you learn, every grammar rule you master, every conversation you have in English, it all adds up. Celebrate those milestones no matter how small they seem.
That's such a great reminder. It's easy to get caught up in what we haven't achieved yet and forget to acknowledge all the progress we've already made.
Yep.
It's like focusing the empty half of the glass instead of the full half.
Exactly. And a little self-compassion can go a long way too. Learning a new language is a challenging process. So be kind to yourself along the way.
So it's okay to have those days where I just can't seem to focus or I make a bunch of mistakes.
Of course. It's all part of the journey. Everyone learns at their own pace, so there's no need to compare yourself to others.
I think comparison is a trap we all fall into at some point. It's so easy to get discouraged when you see others seemingly progressing faster than you.
Absolutely. But the truth is you never really know what someone else's journey is like. Focus on your own path. Celebrate your own unique achievements and trust the process. Fluency doesn't happen overnight. It takes consistent effort, dedication, and a healthy dose of patience.
Okay, I'm feeling inspired. So far, we've talked about setting goals, tracking progress, having fun, embracing mistakes, mixing things up, visualization, remembering our why, seeking support, and being kind to ourselves. Anything else we should add to our English learning toolkit?
Here's one that might surprise you. Teach what you learned to someone else.
Wait a minute, teach someone else, but I'm still learning myself.
I know it sounds counterintuitive, but there's a real magic to teaching. When you have to explain a concept to someone else, it forces you to really understand it yourself.
So it helps solidify the knowledge in my own mind.
Exactly. It's a fantastic way to reinforce what you've learned and identify any gaps in your understanding. Plus, you might just inspire someone else to start learning English too.
Okay, I'm sold. Who should I teach? My cat, the barista at my local coffee shop.
Maybe start with a friend, family member, or fellow English learner. You could even offer to help someone who's learning your native language in exchange for them helping you with English.
Now that's a win-win situation.
Okay.
I'm definitely adding teaching to my list of learning strategies, but sometimes even with all these amazing tips, it's easy to feel isolated on this language learning journey.
You're absolutely right. It's easy to feel like you're going it alone, especially if you're learning primarily online or on your own. But remember, there's a whole community of English learners out there going through the same challenges and celebrating the same victories.
So how do we tap into this amazing community? Where can we find these fellow language enthusiasts?
The internet is your friend. There are tons of online forums, Facebook groups, and even meetup groups specifically for English learners.
Like a virtual support group for language lovers.
Exactly. You can connect with people from all over the world, share tips and resources, ask questions, find language exchange partners, and just generally feel like you're part of something bigger.
This is such a great reminder that we're not alone in this journey. Sometimes just knowing that there are others out there facing similar challenges can be incredibly motivating.
I completely agree. And sometimes the smallest changes can have a surprisingly big impact on our motivation.
Ooh, I love these little nuggets of wisdom. Tell me more. What kind of simple changes are we talking about?
Well, how about creating a dedicated space for your English learning?
Like a special corner of my house where I can focus on my studies. A little English oasis.
Exactly. It could be a desk in your bedroom, a comfy chair in your living room, or even a cozy spot at your local coffee shop.
I love this idea. It's like creating a physical boundary between study time and the rest of life.
Having a dedicated space helps you mentally shift gears and signals to your brain that it's time to focus on English.
I'm sold. I'm turning that neglected corner of my living room into an English learning haven this weekend.
Another simple but effective tip is to make your learning materials visually appealing.
Visually appealing. So ditch the boring black and white textbooks.
Not necessarily ditch them, but definitely spice them up. Use colorful highlighters, sticky notes, flashcards, mind maps, anything that helps you engage with the material in a more visually stimulating way.
This is so true.
Yeah.
I'm a very visual learner, so I find that using colors and images really helps me remember things better.
It's all about tapping into those different learning styles. Don't be afraid to get creative and experiment.
Okay, I'm ready to turn my study notes into a work of art. What else do you have up your sleeve?
Well, music can be an incredibly powerful tool for language learning. And I'm not just talking about passively listening to your favorite English tunes.
Ooh, I love listening to music in English, but how can we use it to actually learn?
Start by choosing songs you enjoy, then listen actively. Pay attention to the lyrics, try to sing along, and look up any words you don't understand.
I can't tell you how many times I've got myself singing along to an English song without having a clue what the words actually mean.
We've all been there. But by actively engaging with the lyrics, you're exposing yourself to new vocabulary, grammar structures, and even pronunciation nuances.
So it's like sneaking in some learning while jamming out to my favorite tunes. I like it.
Music can also evoke emotions, which can help you remember the lyrics and the language associated with them. It's a win-win.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I know I definitely tend to remember things better when there's an emotional connection.
So put on those headphones, crank up the volume, and let the learning begin. But of course, learning English isn't just about absorbing the language. Through music and reading, we also need to practice speaking.
Oh man, speaking is the part that always trips me up. Any tips on how to get more comfortable speaking English?
Speaking practice is often the most daunting part for language learners, but it's also absolutely essential. The good news is there are lots of ways to practice even if you don't live in an English-speaking country.
Okay, lay it on me. What are your top tips for getting those speaking skills up to par?
Well, finding a language exchange partner, as we mentioned earlier, is an excellent option. You can connect with someone online or in your local community who's also learning English or who speaks English as their native language.
And then we just chat about whatever.
Pretty much. You can talk about your hobbies, your interests, current events, anything that gets the conversation flowing. The point is to just start speaking and get comfortable expressing yourself in English.
I like it. It's like having a built-in conversation buddy to practice with.
And don't worry about making mistakes. That's what learning is all about. Your language partner is there to support you and help you improve.
It's all about creating a safe and supportive space to practice and grow.
Absolutely. And if you're not quite ready to jump into a conversation with another person, there are other options as well.
Oh, like what?
There are tons of online resources, websites, and apps specifically designed for language learners, where you can record yourself speaking and get feedback on your pronunciation and fluency.
So I can get some speaking practice in without feeling self-conscious about making mistakes in front of someone else.
Exactly. Some of these resources even have interactive exercises and games that make speaking practice more fun and engaging.
I love that turning speaking practice into a game takes the pressure off.
And sometimes the best way to improve your speaking is to immerse yourself in the sounds of the language. Think about all the audio content we consume. Music podcasts, audiobooks, YouTube videos.
So switch all that over to English.
You got it. It's an incredible way to train your ear to the rhythms and intonations of the English language.
That makes sense. But how do we actually learn from listening? Just passively listening to English isn't going to magically make us fluent.
You're right. Passive listening isn't enough. You need to be an active listener. So when you're listening to English audio content, really focus on what you're hearing.
Hit me with those active listening tips.
First, pay close attention to the pronunciation of individual words and the overall flow of the sentences. Notice how native speakers connect words together and the intonation patterns they use.
So it's not just about understanding the meaning, but also really paying attention to how the language sounds.
You got it. Next, try to pick out key words and phrases that are repeated throughout the audio. These are usually the most important ideas being conveyed.
So kind of like listening for the main points and then figuring out how they're being expressed.
Precisely. And lastly, don't hesitate to pause, rewind, and listen to sections multiple times until you truly grasp the meaning and how it's being pronounced.
This is such valuable advice. Turning passive listening into active learning is a game changer.
And one of the most effective ways to turn that passive absorption into active learning is to make English a habit.
A habit. So like, I should start brushing my teeth in English.
Maybe not that literally, but the idea is to weave English into your everyday routine in small, manageable ways.
Okay, I'm liking this habit stacking approach. So what kind of habits are we talking about?
Think about the things you already do without even thinking, checking your phone, scrolling through social media. Maybe you're reading a few articles online. What if you shifted those activities to English?
So change my phone settings, follow some English language accounts, basically make my digital world a bit more English-centric.
Exactly. Even those small changes can add up over time. Start following English language news outlets, bloggers, or YouTubers. Just a few minutes each day can make a big difference.
It's almost like passively immersing yourself in the language, even when you're not officially studying.
I dig it. And here's the real challenge. Cultivate the habit of thinking in English.
Whoa, hold on. Thinking in English, that sounds incredibly advanced. Is that even possible for someone who's not fluent yet?
It may seem intimidating, but it's a skill that anyone can develop with practice, and the sooner you start, the better.
Okay, I'm up for the challenge. But how do I actually go about, thinking in another language?
Start small as you go about your day. Try describing your actions, your thoughts, and feelings in English. So instead of thinking, I'm tired, think I'm feeling exhausted.
Ooh, exhausted does sound a bit more dramatic than just plain tired. I like it.
As you get more comfortable, try having mini conversations with yourself in English. Ask yourself questions. Play devil's advocate. Maybe even tell yourself some corny jokes all in English.
Whoa, this is next level English immersion. I'm already feeling a bit more fluent just thinking about it.
The more you practice thinking in English, the easier and more natural it will feel when you actually speak or write in the language.
This has been such an eye-opening deep dive into the world of staying motivated while learning English. We've explored everything from goal setting to embracing mistakes, finding joy in the process, leveraging technology, and the power of community. But before we sign off, is there anything else we should keep in mind as we embark on this language learning adventure?
I think the most important thing is to remember why you began this journey in the first place.
You mean our why, that big audacious dream that's pushing us forward?
Exactly. Whether it's to advance your career, travel the world, connect with people from diverse backgrounds, or just broaden your horizons, hold on to that vision. It'll be your guiding light when things get tough. When your motivation dips or you feel like throwing in the towel.
That is such crucial advice, and I want to wholeheartedly second that learning English is a phenomenal journey. Filled with both challenges and rewards, you'll experience ups and downs, moments of frustration, and moments of pure exhilaration. But remember, you are absolutely capable of achieving fluency. It's not a question of if, but when. So embrace the process, savor those victories, and never ever give up on that dream of speaking English with confidence. And to all our incredible listeners out there, thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the world of staying motivated while learning English. We hope these tips and strategies have been helpful and inspiring. And remember, if you want to keep that English learning fire burning bright, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab's YouTube channel for more insightful deep dives just like this one. Until next time, keep learning, keep growing, and keep speaking English. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike.
And I'm Sarah.
And we're diving into something I think is super important for all of us, especially if you're here. You know, learning English is a big goal for a lot of our listeners. So we want to talk about staying focused while studying English.
Yeah, that's key.
It's a challenge, you know?
It is a challenge.
For any kind of studying, but especially, you know, picking up a new language.
Exactly.
So where should people even begin if they're really trying to hone in their focus?
Well, I always think about building a house.
Okay.
You don't just start building, you have to have a blueprint.
Right.
So that's what goal setting is. It's like the blueprint for learning English.
So you're saying it's not enough to just be yeah, I want to learn English. I want to be fluent.
Exactly. You have to break it down.
Okay.
What do you really want to do with the language? Do you want to chat with native speakers?
Yeah.
Do you want to read a book without having to look up every other word?
Right.
Do you have an exam you need to take? Those are the kinds of goals that you really need to focus on.
So I guess once you've got those goals in mind, that helps keep you motivated too.
Absolutely. It gives you a reason to keep going.
Yeah.
But you want to make those goals SMART goals.
Okay.
Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound.
Okay. So rather than saying, I want to improve my vocabulary, you'd say something like, I want to learn 20 new phrasal verbs.
Yes, this month.
This month.
Yeah.
That's a great way to put it. I know for me, writing those goals down is really helpful. Do you recommend that for people?
Definitely. Don't just keep them in your head. Put them somewhere that you're going to see them every day. Maybe your bathroom mirror, your computer, a sticky note on the coffee maker.
Yeah.
Because it's that reminder of what you're working towards.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
So, okay, we've got our blueprint. We've got our goals set. What's the next step in building our English learning house?
Well, every good house needs a good foundation.
Yeah.
So that would be your study environment.
Yeah, the dreaded distractions.
Yes.
I've been there trying to study with, the TV blaring or my phone buzzing.
Yeah.
It's a recipe for disaster.
You can't expect to learn, grammar rules when you've got a million other things going on around you.
Right.
So finding a quiet space, decluttering your study area,
Right.
and telling your family and friends, do not disturb.
Right. Yeah. I love it. Now, what about people who maybe they can't find that quiet space at home? Any suggestions for them?
Libraries are always a good go-to.
Are we?
Or maybe a cafe with some good Wi-Fi. Just a change of scenery sometimes can make a difference.
Yeah, it's like hitting the refresh button.
Exactly.
So we've got our goals, we've got our dedicated study space, we're ready to hit the books, right?
Yes. But it's not just about reading and hoping it sticks.
Okay.
It's about active learning.
Active learning. Tell me more.
So passive learning would be like watching a movie. Active learning is you're starring in and directing the movie.
Okay.
You're not just a spectator. You're really involved.
So for English learning, what are some examples of active learning?
Taking notes as you read or listen, asking yourself questions about what you're learning, and most importantly, speaking out loud.
Yeah.
Don't just read the vocabulary, say it. Use it in sentences, even record yourself.
So we're turning our brains into these language learning machines.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it helps with memory too, because our brains are designed to remember the things that we really engage with.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So what are your guys' favorite active learning techniques? Let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear. But even with these techniques, there's always a danger of burnout.
Yes.
Right? You can't just study for hours and hours.
Our brains need time to process everything.
To rest.
So that's where something like the Pomodoro technique can come in handy.
Okay, I've heard of this. Could you refresh my memory?
So basically, you set a timer for 25 minutes of focused study.
Okay.
And then you take a 5-minute break. After 4 Pomodoros, then you take a longer break of 15 or 20 minutes.
So it's like interval training for your brain. Okay.
Those short bursts of really focused attention. And then time to recharge.
What should people do during their breaks?
Get up, move around, stretch, get away from your computer. Maybe have a snack, listen to some music. Really detach from studying and give your brain a chance to reset. Don't just go on social media.
Yeah, that's not a real break.
No.
Speaking of technology, though, it's a double-edged sword when it comes to language learning.
Definitely.
We've got all these amazing apps and resources.
Like Duolingo, Babbel, Anki Quizlet.
Yeah.
And then there's all these podcasts and YouTube channels.
Yeah, I love those.
Yeah.
It's like having your own personal language tutor.
Right.
But then there's the other side.
There's the dark side.
The dark side of technology.
Yeah, social media, news feeds, online games.
I've been there.
Yeah.
1 minute I'm looking up, a grammar rule, and then the next I'm watching like cat videos.
Yes.
It's scary how easily it happens.
If you need help with that, you could always try something like Freedom or the Forest app.
Oh, yeah.
They block those tempting websites and apps.
It's like a digital bodyguard.
Exactly.
So we've talked about setting goals, creating that environment, active learning, and navigating that world of technology.
Yeah.
What else should we keep in mind as English learners to stay focused?
I think the biggest thing is motivation.
Yeah.
Because you can have all the best tips and techniques, but if you're not motivated, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Motivation. That's like the hardest thing to keep going.
Yeah, and it comes and goes.
Yeah.
There are going to be days where you're like, yes, English, I'm ready to go. And then other days where you're just like, I don't even want to look at my textbook.
So true. So how do we deal with those days? How do we get back on track?
I think one of the best things is tracking your progress.
Oh, okay.
Like keeping a little notebook or something.
Yeah.
And writing down, what you learned that day. Maybe you finally mastered the past perfect tense. Or you learned a new word that's been giving you trouble.
Yeah, I like that. Because it's so easy to get caught up in what we still don't know.
Right.
And forget like how far we've come.
Exactly. So it's like a visual reminder of all those little wins.
And those little wins are important to celebrate.
Yes, definitely. Like reward yourself.
Yeah.
Did you finally have a conversation with a native speaker without freaking out?
Yes.
Go get yourself a coffee.
I love that.
Yeah.
What about study buddies? Do you think that helps with motivation?
It can, for sure. Having someone to share the journey with, to practice with, to complain to when things are tough.
Yeah, it's like a workout buddy for English.
Exactly. It can make a big difference.
So we've been talking about study strategies in general, but what about specifically for English? What are some of the key things our listeners should focus on?
Well, listening and speaking are so essential for really mastering the language.
Right, because that's how you communicate with people.
Exactly. That's how you actually use the language.
There's so many fun ways to practice, like podcasts.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, they're amazing.
There's so many out there on every topic you can imagine.
It's amazing. And don't worry if you don't understand everything at first.
Yeah, just focus on the main idea.
Pick up some new vocab.
Yeah.
Get used to how English sounds.
Exactly.
Now, what about speaking practice? Because I know a lot of people feel nervous to speak out loud.
The key is to just start.
Yeah.
Like, talk to yourself if you have to narrate your day. Practice tongue twisters.
Yeah.
And when you're ready, there's tons of language exchange platforms online.
Well, those are so cool. You get to meet people from all over the world.
Yes, and practice your English.
It's amazing how technology can connect us like that. But speaking of connections, we can't forget about the mind-body connection.
Yes. Your physical health is so important for your mental focus.
So you're saying if you're tired and you're not eating well and you're not exercising,
it's going to be hard to concentrate.
It's going to be hard to learn anything.
Doesn't matter how motivated you are.
The self-care is even more important when you're learning a language.
Yes. Sleep well, eat good food, move your body. Exercise is like magic for your brain.
Yes, like hitting the reset button on your mind and body. And I think it's important to remind our listeners that learning a language takes time.
It does.
There will be ups and downs. There will be frustrations.
Plateaus.
Yes,
all part of the process.
So be patient with yourself.
Yeah.
Celebrate those little victories. Focus on the progress you have made, not the mistakes.
Every minute that you spend studying, every word you learn, every conversation you try, it's all bringing you closer to your goals.
It's not about being perfect.
Yeah.
It's about progress and perseverance. Mm-hmm. It really is a journey.
Yeah, a marathon, not a sprint.
And every step you take is progress.
Exactly. Even if it feels small, like you're just learning one new word a day, those words start to add up.
Yeah, and those little moments when you realize like, oh, I understand that, or I can say that.
Those aha moments.
Yeah, those are what keep us going.
They really do. They remind us why we love learning English in the first place.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave everyone with a question.
Okay.
What's one small thing you can change about your study routine?
Starting today, even.
Yeah, starting today. Like, what's that one little tweak that could make a big difference?
Maybe it's finding that perfect quiet spot.
Right.
Or trying out a new active learning technique.
Maybe it's just committing to like 15 minutes a day.
Yeah, even that can make a huge difference over time.
Whatever it is, embrace it and watch those small changes add up.
You'll be surprised how much progress you can make.
And let us know in the comments what your small change is going to be. We'd love to hear.
Yeah, we'd love to hear your ideas.
And if you found this deep dive helpful, please like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel.
We have so many more deep dives coming up on all sorts of topics related to language learning and beyond.
A huge thank you to you for sharing your expertise today. It's been a pleasure.
The pleasure was all mine. Thanks for having me.
Until next time, everyone. Happy learning. Keep those English muscles working. Stay focused. And remember, every step you take brings you closer to fluency. Hello and welcome to the Learn English Lab. I'm Mike, and today we're going deep into effective study techniques. You know, the ones that actually work.
It's a jungle out there. So many techniques, so little time.
Well, we've got Sarah here, an expert in all things studying.
I'm happy to be here.
You know, we've all been there, right? Feeling swamped by information, like drinking from that fire hose. Where do we even start?
Okay, so first things first. Before you even crack open a book, think foundation. Your body, your space, they need to be ready to learn.
So like, what, feng shui for my desk?
Well, maybe not that extreme, but yeah. Think about sleep, for example. It's not just about the night before a test, it's the days leading up to it.
You mean no more all-nighters?
Ideally, no way. Consistent good sleep, that's where it's at. That's when your brain's like, okay, let's turn these facts into long-term knowledge.
So those all-nighters, they actually backfire.
Big time. Better to rest up and let your brain do its thing.
Fascinating. And what about like where I study? Does that matter?
Totally. Ever notice how some places you're just more focused?
Yeah, some people are all about the library, others, they need that coffee shop buzz.
Exactly. Switching it up, different locations, that can actually help you remember things better. It's like, ooh, a new place, better pay attention.
Wow, never thought about it like that. But I guess if you find that perfect spot, your steady haven, you stick with it, right? Especially when you're stressed.
Of course. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But a little variety doesn't hurt. Keeps things interesting.
So sleep, environment, check. Anything else? Those little things that can make or break focus.
Music. For some people, that's a game changer.
You mean like classical music, those lo-fi beats everyone's talking about?
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Calming. Snow lyrics.
Yeah, lyrics. Total distraction. Speaking of which, the ultimate distraction. Phones.
Ugh, the worst. Digital detox, that's what you need when you're studying. Airplane mode, notifications off, or just like hide the thing.
Oh, I'm so guilty, the phone vortex. Okay, so we've got sleep, environment, distractions down. What about food? Fuel for the brain.
Ditch the sugar rush. Think sustained energy, nuts, apples, edamame, that kind of thing.
Makes sense. Those sugar crashes,
Yeah.
brutal. Okay, so we're set, feeling focused, fueled. Now let's get active. Reading and rereading, that's not enough, right?
Nope. Passive reading, it's like watching paint dry. Active studying, that's where the magic happens. Engaging with the material, testing yourself, making connections.
Lay it on me. What are some of those active study techniques?
All right, one of my favorites. Retrieval practice. Trying to recall information without peeking at your notes.
So like flashcards, practice tests, that kind of thing.
You got it. Or there's this cool thing called the Feynman technique.
Feynman technique. Sounds fancy.
It's basically explaining a concept, like you're teaching it to someone who knows nothing. Super simple.
Well, I like that. Simplifying it like forces you to really understand it.
Exactly. And if you can teach it, you know it, you can try teaching a friend, classmate, or even just yourself out loud.
Classic, become the teacher trick. Works every time. And what about visual learners? Any tips for them?
Visuals are awesome. Color coding.
Oh yeah, love that. Makes notes way more fun to look at.
Right. Another one? Mind mapping.
Heard of that. What is it exactly?
It's like a visual map of information branching out from a central idea. Super helpful for visual learners to see those connections.
Way more engaging than a wall of text, that's for sure. Okay, so we've got active studying down. Any specific strategies for like organizing study time and making it more efficient?
Oh yeah, definitely. Ever heard of the SQ3R method?
SQ3R rings a bell, but refresh my memory.
It stands for survey, question, read, recite, review.
So a step-by-step plan.
Exactly. Let's say you're tackling a textbook chapter. First, you survey it, skim the headings, visuals, get the lay of the land. Then you start asking questions based on those headings and what you already know.
So you're already thinking about it before even reading it.
Yep. Then you read, actively looking for those answers. After each section, try to recite the main points without peeking. And finally, review the whole chapter, quiz yourself on those questions you made earlier.
That's pretty structured. Seems helpful for those who, like, get overwhelmed by tons of information.
It can definitely help. And then there's the PQ4R method, similar idea, but it adds a reflect step after reading to really think about it.
Interesting. Both methods are about being more intentional with reading, not just passively taking it in.
That's the key. Understanding and applying, not just memorizing.
Got it. But how do I remember all this stuff long term? I study, and then poof, it's gone.
The forgetting curve. That's where spaced practice comes in.
Spaced practice. Remind me how that works again.
Basically, you review material at longer and longer intervals. Learn it today, review it tomorrow, then a few days later, then a week later, and so on.
So you're like strategically fighting that forgetting curve by reviewing just before you'd forget it. That's clever.
Exactly. And there's this system called the Leitner system, which is a fancy way of doing spaced repetition with flashcards.
Sounds organized.
It is. Now, one last tip before we wrap up this part.
Hit me. Always up for a good study hack.
Did you know a quick workout or brisk walk before studying can really boost your brain power?
Really, get that blood flowing, get those brain cells fired up.
Yep. Another cool trick, study before bed. Gives your brain time to process things while you sleep.
Oh, sleep. Can't escape it. Guess it's true. Rest is productive.
100%. Sleep is like a superpower for your memory.
It really is. I'm starting to see that sleep, it's not just about feeling good. It's about, like, unlocking our full brain potential.
Right. It's amazing how much it impacts everything.
So we've covered a lot of ground here. From sleep to environment to active learning. It's a lot to take in. Any key takeaways you'd highlight for our listeners?
I think the biggest takeaway is you got to find what works for you. It's like a personal journey, you
I
know?
like that. No one-size-fits-all approach to studying, huh?
Nope. Experiment, try different things, see what helps you focus, understand, and remember.
So it's about, like, finding your study groove. What works for one person might not work for another.
Totally. And don't be afraid to change things up as you go. Different courses, different challenges, your study habits can evolve too.
Makes sense. Our study strategies should grow with us. But let's go back to some of the specifics. For someone who's just starting out, wanting to revamp their study habits, where would you recommend they begin?
I'd say first and foremost, that foundation we talked about, sleep, getting enough consistently, it's crucial.
All right, sleep. I'm getting the message.
Huh.
But we talked about so much more than just sleep. What about the study environment? Any tips there?
Experiment. Different locations, see what helps you concentrate. You might be surprised what works best for you.
I'm all for trying new things. Mix it up.
But of course, if you have that one spot, your study haven where you're super productive, stick with it,
Right.
especially when you're under pressure.
So a balance of variety and consistency, kind of.
Exactly. Now, active studying, remember that. It's so much more effective than just passive reading.
Active versus passive, yeah. What are some ways to make our study sessions more active?
Retrieval practice, it's a game changer. Quiz yourself, use flashcards, try that Feynman technique we discussed.
Oh yeah, explaining it like you're teaching it. Simple, but powerful. Are there other ways to engage more actively with the material?
Definitely. Get creative with your notes, color coding, mind mapping, make it visual.
Visuals are definitely helpful. I'm a big fan of color coding myself, makes those notes less intimidating.
Right, and for those who like structure, the SQ3R or KQ4R methods, those are great for really diving deep into textbooks.
Yeah, those seem super thorough, helpful for staying organized and focused.
And then there's space practice, reviewing information at different intervals. It's key for beating that forgetting curve.
Spaced repetition. It's like a brain hack, outsmarting that natural tendency to forget.
Exactly. And don't forget, your physical health matters too. A quick workout or even a brisk walk before studying can help. And of course, enough sleep.
Sleep, exercise, active studying. It's like a whole body approach to learning, isn't it?
It really is. Learning involves your whole self, not just your brain.
I love that perspective. It's not just about cramming information, it's about creating a lifestyle that supports learning. So much more holistic.
Definitely.
We've talked about a lot of techniques and strategies today, but if you had to pick just one key takeaway, what would it be? What's the most important thing to remember about effective studying?
Be an active participant in your own learning. Don't just passively take in information, engage with it, question it, apply it, make it your own.
That's powerful. Taking ownership of our learning journey, not just going through the motions, but really digging in and making those connections.
Absolutely.
So listeners, we've covered a lot of ground today, from sleep to study environment, active learning, spaced repetition, even exercise, a whole toolkit of strategies.
We have.
And I think what really stands out for me is that there's no magic formula. It's about finding what works for you, experimenting, and being open to evolving your approach as you go.
Couldn't agree more.
So as we wrap up this part, I want to leave you with this. Think about your current study habits. What's working? What could be better? And what are you excited to try from what we discussed today?
It's a perfect time to reflect and maybe try something new. Even small changes can make a big difference.
It's all about those little tweaks, right?
Yeah.
Finding what works and making it even better.
Exactly. And don't get discouraged if, something doesn't click right away. It takes time.
Trial and error, that's part of the process, like learning any new skill.
Totally.
Well, we've given you a lot to think about today. Hopefully you've got some new ideas to make your study sessions more, fun even.
Yeah, studying shouldn't feel like a chore.
Exactly. It's about embracing the learning process. So tell us, what are you most excited to try? Let us know in the comments.
We want to hear all about it.
And don't forget to like, share, subscribe to the Learn English Lab. We've got more deep dives coming your way.
Until then, happy studying, everyone.